class. We're just going to have full tree and pro tree. And as many runs as you want to try to squeeze in between now and 4 o'clock, have at it. Man, it's brisk. It's cool. It is going to be fast out there. It's my genuine pleasure to have made my first trip up here to Mission Raceway Park. Why don't you guys come out here and show off some of that performance I've been hearing about all these years. 10 a.m. when we like to get started. Junior Street, Junior Dragster. Come on down.
Hi, I'm Devin Handel. I'm with Tristan Plumbing. I'm the lead foreman here. You need people that you can trust. We like to promote within our company because we know we can trust the guys that are within it. We do have a good competitive wage program.
I was working for another general contractor and I wasn't really having the best time. I just talked to the foreman there. I saw opportunities with the Tristan. I decided to take them and it's been great.
Workers, people in their mid-20s, or even people looking for just a new kind of career, it's been an awesome opportunity to get in right now. At the end of the day, I go home happy, you kind of see what you build here, and you can walk away from it and be proud. If you're ready and eager to build a career that grows with you, look no further than a Tristan Mechanical.
It's not just a job, it's JBS equipment.
People work here because they're proud of this equipment. And customers are buying this equipment and they're proud of it. When everybody gets around a piece of JBS equipment, there just becomes that feeling in your gut where you're like, this stuff is really awesome. It's built by good people. That's how we can move mountains, and that's what we do here.
Our story is one worth sharing. It begins with the vision of two friends and a humble 900 square foot store where the first Lordco Auto Parts and our founding values took root. It's about quality, care, drive, and family. Our story has many faces. It defines who we are. This makes us leaders in what we do. So the question is, what do you want your story to say about you? Be a part of our story. Join our family today.
At Black Bandit, we're more than just a brand. We're craftsmen, designers, and engineers dedicated to create top-tier exhaust systems right here in North America. Our mission? To deliver unmatched quality and performance for those who demand the best. We mark each exhaust with our name, a seal of quality that signifies our commitment to craftsmanship. At Black Bandit, we don't just manufacture exhaust systems, we build the ultimate driving experience. From concept to completion, our team is committed to creating products that embody quality, craftsmanship, and the spirit of adventure. Black Bandit, born in a factory, built for the road.
Stock, super stock, comp eliminator, top dragster, top sportsman et al. 1, 2, 3, and 4 are the lanes for you. Anybody that would like to have a pro tree like the .90 cars, lanes 5 and 6, whenever you're ready, come on down. No run cards today. If you want to make 47 passes, make it. If you want to make 3 passes, that's fine. Every time you want to make one, just keep coming back in the lanes, and we'll get you on track as soon as possible. The only classes that we'll be running in session today are the junior street, junior dragster, and top alcohol. And alcohol is slated for noon, 2, and 4. So have at it. The rest of you guys, as many as you can get in between now and 4 o'clock. Also want to welcome, I understand we've got a lot of students that are coming out here today for a little youth and education presentation. Great to have you out here at the Titanium Strip, Mission Raceway Park. I spent a lot of years talking to kids around the country as part of the NHRA's Youth and Education, talking about career opportunities and things. If you want to be involved in the automotive space or in the racing industry, there's a lot of opportunities out there. I promise. I'm one of them. But welcome. Enjoy your day. Look around, ask questions. I will tell you this, if you're wandering around looking at the race cars and the racers and the people that are out there, every one of them except 3 are like really nice people. So if you ask somebody, hey, can I, and they goes, get away from me, kid, then just go to the next guy because he'll be fine. There's like 3 jerks out here in the whole place, and everybody else is like a wonderful guy. So don't bump into one of the 3 and get discouraged. It's going to be a fun day. It's going to be a fast day. I see my junior racers getting helmeted up, suited up, and ready to go. We're going to have a little on-track activity here in just a couple of minutes. Well, don't see a whole lot of junior street activity, but we do have some of our junior dragsters out there, and looks like they might just be the first ones down. It is officially 10 a.m. Oh, we do have a couple of junior streeters back there. All right, guys, go ahead. Pull up to the front of the lanes. We'd ready to get started whenever you guys are. A pickup truck for a race car for a junior streeter. That is awesome. Gospel true story, my first trip down the racetrack, you know, back when they had wooden wheels on these things. We didn't have the junior dragsters back then. My first trip down the racetrack, I had to wait till I got my driver's license. I took my mom's 4-door LTD, 351 two-barrel that ran like 19 seconds. I came up with some lame story about how I was going to Mark's house to study. Went out to the racetrack. Went to the final round my first night out. I had to wash all the shoe polish off the windows before I went home so Mom wouldn't know I was at the races. She thought I was the most wonderful son because I borrowed her car and washed it for her. I'm like, aw. And it looks like we are going to start with the junior cars. What an amazing program the Junior Drag Racing League is. Gospel true story, and I'm good at gospel true stories. The Junior Drag Racing League exists because a kid in New Jersey couldn't catch a baseball. That is true fact. Kid in New Jersey that tried every sport there was, wasn't any good at any of them, but his dad owned a racetrack. And he said, Dad, I don't want to play Little League. I don't want to play Pop Warner. Why don't you just build me a race car? So they bent up a bunch of old conduit they had laying around and put a 5-horse lawnmower engine on it, built the first junior dragster. Well, what are you going to do with one race car is no fun. You got to have another one. The second person to drive a junior dragster was actually female. The first 2 junior dragster kids, one boy and one girl, and then every kid that saw one after that had to have them. And then because drag race mentality is what it is, you take a 5-horse Briggs & Stratton, make a billet block, a stroker crank, put them on alcohol, 14-to-1 compression, and pretty soon they're making 90 horsepower. Now, I have to apologize. I don't have all the information for the drivers entered into the database as of yet, so for now, I'm not going to be able to tell you a whole lot about the drivers, but the little blue titanium machine heading off the starting line, leaving a little bit early out there, turning on that red bulb. The junior cars run down to the 8th mile. Everybody else will be going to the scoreboards here this weekend. 899 at 73 miles an hour. You know how fast that is? That's faster than a stock Corvette. I'm not making that up. The junior dragsters, by the way, for those of you who don't know, they have age-restricted speed limits. You can actually start this category at 5 years old. Now, you can't run 790s at 80 miles an hour at 5 years old. But as you get older, they'll raise the speed limit for you as you get more experience. Once you get to be 14, before you even get a driver's license, you can move up to the junior street program if you want to. And then who knows where you can go after that. Of course, the most famous junior drag racing graduate is a 6-time Pro Stock World Champion named Erica Enders. They made a movie about her. I keep hoping they're going to make a movie about me someday, but so far, loudmouth idiot. I just don't think they're going to sell many tickets for that. But if you look through the NHRA pro ranks, Sean Langdon, J.R. Todd, Mason McGahey, his dad, Chris McGahey, all junior dragster graduates. This time we come up with a couple of green lights, an 034 over the right side, 082 in the left, down to the 8th mile stripe, 804. Getting there first at 81 miles an hour, 849 in the right lane, at 79 miles an hour. And again, for the juniors and for the parents, I have somebody feverishly working at entering all of the information in the database. She's working so fast there's smoke coming off her fingers. Either that or the computer's on fire. I hope it's not my computer that's on fire. Hey, listen up, test and tuners, come on down. Test and tuners, come on down. If you are stock, super stock, top dragster, top sportsman, comp eliminator, anybody that runs a full tree category, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. And if you are a pro tree competitor, lanes 5 and 6, we're going to run until 4 o'clock this afternoon and have at it. Get in as many as you'd like. .116 reaction time for the junior over on the right side, 795. 83 miles an hour right down on the floor of the category. The faster cars are allowed to run as quick as 7.9 seconds. Looks like I got a few more juniors rolling up in here. But let's see if we can get some big cars out there. Start making some noise, test and tune. Come on down. Full tree 1, 2, 3, and 4. Pro tree, lanes 5 and 6. I'll call cars. You're 2 hours away. 2 hours away from the first opportunity. Be prepared. Rolling in now is going to be Alex Green on the left side. Hunter Gallant on the right side. Alex from right here in Mission playing a home game. The good news about playing a home game, you get to sleep in your own bed. The bad news about playing a home game, you got to make the bed. When you're on the road, you leave the hotel, they've got these magic elves that come in and clean everything up and give you new towels, and you don't have to do nothing. It's awesome. We got quite a contingent of little cars up here this morning. Love seeing it. The future is in very good hands. Alex a little bit quick on the trigger. Green goes red. There's a Christmas joke in there someplace. 897, 75 miles an hour comes up for Hunter. 968, 67 miles an hour comes up for Alex. Here comes Grayton Moss out of Ultra Tune Automotive. And Pearson Moss. Ooh. Sibling rivalry. Let's see. Grayson is older. Pearson is younger. I'm basing that on my deep knowledge of the Moss family and the fact that Pearson's dial board says 1190, so I'm assuming that he is the younger of the siblings. What do you think the side bet is? You got two brothers side by side on the starting line. There's got to be a side bet. Like somebody's going to be waxing both cars, or somebody's got to take the blame for breaking mom's favorite vase. My sister and I never made any side bets. I just blamed everything on her. Uh-oh, Pearson a little over anxious trying to get after the older brother and went red. So whatever the side bet was, 913, 72 miles an hour comes up for Grayson. 1203 for Pearson. Crossing stripe at 49. Pearson's just counting the days until he gets old enough that he can go as fast as his brother. That's what he's doing. Sorry, I got distracted. I saw something shiny. Nate Green rolling up now on the left side. And the other green turns on the red light as well. So both are greens. Maybe a little extra caffeine this morning. Get him up and jumping. 901, 74 miles an hour. 15-15. At 40 miles an hour and change comes up over on the right side. And here comes Jack Green. Interesting to note, at least I think it's interesting, and I have the microphone. Zach Of the three greens, his car has the least amount of green. Running for Green Brothers? Well, that makes sense. True North Mechanical. Nash Gallant over in the right side. Part of that BDL Auto, Lordco Automotive. By the way, anybody here from out of town, if you're having issues and need a parts store, something, Lordco is like almost right across the street, and they'll be more than happy to help you out. Longtime sponsor here at Mission Raceway. Let's see what was it? I'm sorry, I'm trying to do two things at once, and as a general rule, I'm not very good doing one thing at once, so. Bumping their way into the beams, and here come the lights. Nash got the better of the two reaction times. These two cars pretty evenly matched as they go cruising down to the old 660 mark. 1193, 52 miles an hour comes up for Nash. Jack, 1207 at 52 miles an hour. And once again, I don't think we've got very many. We've got a few rolling in now of our big cars for test and tune. Full tree cars. Anybody running on the full tree? Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Pro tree. Lanes 5 and 6. Great to have you. Love to see you. Come on down. Closed circuit for Chris Dempke. What makes you think it's really me? Ashley Katenik. 878. Ooh, a little quick. Don't worry, I won't tell anybody. 73 miles an hour. Remember what I told you about drag race mentality? That it all started out with a 5-horse Briggs and Stratton and then drag racers took over? Listen to Adam's engine down there and tell me if that sounds like any 5-horse Briggs and Stratton motor you ever heard. Way to go, Dad. How long you been doing this? Just a second, Adam. I need to set the idle speed. All right, Adam, let's see what you got. We've got a 790 on the board, and that is the floor of the category. That thing almost sounded like it shifted. I don't think Lencos are allowed in junior dragsters, are they? 766 at 85 miles an hour. Well, if Dad can just figure out a way to keep it running on the starting line, I think they may have something down there. They definitely got a hot rod. Okay, I'm going to do my best to incentivize racers down there to get up in the staging lanes for test and tune. Anytime we run out of cars, I'm going to tell snail jokes. That should keep you guys moving. Hopefully faster than a snail. Looks like we've got a couple of junior streeters back there, and then oh yeah, cars are definitely starting to roll in. I tell you, I just saw an orange Nova behind the tower, and the first thing I thought is, what the heck is Brian Loans doing here? But it's not his car. Junior Street. Come out with dad or mom who's going to be racing, unhook the tow vehicle, and before you even get your driver's license, an opportunity to come out here and start getting a little experience in the big cars. Now, most of the junior street racers that I am aware of are graduates of the junior dragster ranks. Not all of them, but most of them. A lot of them, as a matter of fact, will run junior street while they are still competing in the junior dragster ranks. Rules are pretty simple. It's got to be a street car. You can't drive the family race car. Got to be licensed, got to be insured, and you got to have a parent in the passenger seat with you. Simple as that. And the Battle of the Bow Tie Pickups, that's a pretty good race down there. 1073 to a 1082. Jack Johnstone putting up the 1073. Nathan Lloyd, the 1082. And now we're going to pick up the performance just a little bit. Just a little bit. By the way, there is a live stream. If there's anybody that's running out here, go to YouTube and punch in MRP Lordco, I believe. Or go to my Twitter page. I just put a link up. Or you can probably just do a YouTube search for Northwest National Open Series. Or send me a text message, whatever. But if you got people back home that well, thank you to Brian Poole. I just clicked on the link to check it out and said the announcer's already got me cracking up. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm really not. All right, we're cranking up the performance a little bit. Looks like a Super Street are going to be the first one around the corner. Now, for those of you that are regulars, you're going to notice there will be no indexes, no class designations down on the scoreboards because we're just running an open test and tune. And obviously tomorrow, once we get into qualifying and once we get into our normal time trial runs, you will have the class indexes you see down on the scoreboards. But Super Street, as it says on the window down there, going to be shooting for 10.9 seconds. You can watch that BC Racing Machine of Brad Vingy. Right there's on the throttle stop because the car's capable of going faster than it needs to go, the TCS side of the racetrack. Wow, Brad shut it off early. Well, alrighty then. I thought he was going to try to run 1090. Shows what I know. And on we go. By the way, motorcycles, just stick with the full tree or pro tree lanes and you'll be fine. We'll get you out there as well. Kevin McCauley rolls up on the left side. Jason Gibson in the right. Call me crazy, but I don't believe Jason Gibson's Mustang's really got a 289 in it. I believe it even less now. 974 at 137 miles an hour. My announcer screen says 289. Not buying it. Not buying it. The Oldsmobile goes 1167, 112 miles an hour. Ooh, I love the Audi. Love, love, love the Audi. You know what I love more than the Audi? The Barracuda. 1970 Barracudas are cool, I know because I have one. John Basinski's is cool. Oh, because his does wheelies. Mine sometimes will start so I can move it out of the shop. And his does wheelies, so his is cooler than mine. I want to teach mine to do wheelies. That's my goal. 1080, that's a small block car. 1088, 112 miles an hour for the 340 powered Barracuda. 1129 for the Audi. Back when I was a kid, I had a 70 Roadrunner. I spent every nickel and every minute working to try to break into the 13s. This guy's got an Audi that goes 11s. Of course, I'm guessing the value of his Audi is probably higher than the value of my Roadrunner was, because when I was 16, well, let's just put it like this. The Blue Book value of my car went up and down depending on how much gas was in the tank. If it was full of gas, it was worth about $30 more. That'll bring up the Hugger Orange Nova. Very obviously a street car. Don't have the information yet. The flashback Dodge over on the right side. Early model B body. $1094, 112 miles an hour comes up for the Dodge. $1168 for the little Nova. $115 crossing the finish line stripe. Pickups make great race cars, for those of you that are not aware. Or I guess technically they would be great race trucks. 1201, 109 miles an hour for the S10. Still got a steady stream of cars rolling up here in the full tree lanes. Haven't seen a whole lot of pro tree cars running up. We've got a few back there. Looks like motorcycles rolling in the line as well. This would be a great day to be a motorcycle racer because you don't have to take your leathers off. At least you don't if you're me, because it's cold. Because I'm from Arizona. Oh man, I love the Mustang. Dear Sylvia, hashtag love your car. 66 model with a 347 stroker. A great little pony. Bill Wells over on the right side, the Malibu. I like Mustangs too. I have a 67 Mustang that I bought when I was in high school and I still own. No kidding. It is a considerably nicer car now than it was when I was in high school. 1160, 111 miles an hour for Bill Wells. And for Sylvia, 1302, 105 for the little blue pony car. So far, that's my favorite car. Just because, well, it's a Mustang. And it's fast, and it's a street car. How about Terry's at Hookstons? Hookstons or Hookstons, I think. The 66 Nova. That thing's sweet. Little shoebox. Ross Walker over on the right side. He's also got a 66 Nova. Looks like a little bit more horsepower over there in a silver car. I don't know about you, but when I was a kid, those Novas used to scare the heck out of me because they didn't weigh anything. Have an L60 tire, a front runner, and a deep oil pan, and you knew that thing was fast. Man, that thing really is fast. 1021 for Ross. Holy smokes. 129 miles an hour. That's getting it. 1210, 110 for Terry. How about the second generation Camaro? That's probably the least loved Camaro generation, and I've never been able to figure out why. I mean, the first generation, let's face it, look at them. GM looked at the Mustang and said, we got to make something like that. But the second one was one that was genuinely a clean sheet. 911. Hello. 144 miles an hour for the Gen 2. 1153 at 99 miles an hour over on the right side. Here comes a big old Chevy that is lost in time. That would suck, wouldn't it? I mean, think about this. If you're lost in time, how would you know when it's happy hour? It's important stuff. Ooh, 70 Roadrunner. Remember that 70 Roadrunner I was telling you about that I used to have? Yeah, mine was just like that, only his is nice and mine was not. B stock automatic. It's got a 440 under the hood, I'm guessing, but I'm right. Probably a 6-pack. Air grabber. What a great car. Man, that 4-door Chevy is scooting, isn't it? $10.50 for the Lost in Time machine. Oh, man. You know, if you flatten that thing out, took the rake off of it, put black wheels on it, you could come out here and grudge night and make a fortune, because there's nobody to look at that thing and go, yeah, bro, that thing runs 10s. 1031, meanwhile, for the B automatic at 126 miles an hour. And yet another little S10 up here making its way. That thing does not sound happy, does it? Not happy at all. It still peruses the quarter mile in 13 seconds and 120 miles an hour, but it sure didn't sound very happy off the starting line. Okay, now wait a minute. This is going to be fun. Well, I think it's going to be fun, and I got the microphone. We have a lot of young people out here that are students that came out here for a little bit of a career fair, which means I'm guessing most of them are under 30 years old. How many of you can identify the car in the left lane? There used to be a telephone commercial, or a television commercial. How come my computer screens just went blank? I didn't do it. I'm not even plugged into anything. Are you even still hearing me out there? 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Yeah, I think you're still hearing me out there. I didn't lose power. Ha ha, I got power and you don't. Please stand by. What's the possibility that this place is haunted? And it's haunted by the computer operator's great-great-grandfather, and when I made fun of her, he tried to send a lightning bolt for me and just barely missed and put the power out. I'm sorry, it was a joke. You're lovely, you're wonderful, you're friendly. Remove the curse. We appear to have had a little bit of a power glitch up here in the tower. Please stand by. Now, my stuff looks like it's working. You guys can hear me out there? Somebody wave at me. If you can hear me, wave at me. You can't hear me? Oh, well, if you can't hear me, then I can cuss. If you guys can hear me out there, wave at me. Okay, they can hear me.
It's back up in here. Everything's starting up again.
Okay, we had a little power glitch. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on your feelings for me, it didn't have anything to do with my pacemaker.
Just give me a second to reset my system.
We'll get everything rebooted up here, and we'll be right back at you.
Definitely.
So anyway, as I was saying earlier, how many of you under 30 years old can identify the car in the left lane The television campaign literally was a guy, it was actually for the Gremlin, but it was close enough. Mechanic with a cigar there. Where's the rest of your car, Toots? Because it looked like it just slammed off in the back. That is an AMC Pacer station wagon. And to my knowledge, it might be the only one that's still alive and still moves under its own power. And I got to tell you, that 56 wagon in the right lane is 8 kinds of cool. I mean, Jim Mantle, I love your Pacer. I really do. But I got to be honest, if somebody said, hey, you can have first pick of those 2 cars down there, I'm taking the 56.
Yeah, he did. You guys were super close there.
All right, so the 2 station wagons that, other than the fact that they both identify as station wagons, could not be a whole lot more different. They really couldn't. And on the coolometer, they're both pretty close, but for very different reasons. What Jim Mantle does need, and Jim, I'm not trying to tell you how to run your racing program, but you need a set of center lines on the front that match the wheels on the back. $1,378, 95 miles an hour for the 56. The Pacer, $1,424 at 90 miles an hour for the Pacer. Mal Patterson. Whoa, big wheels up charge for Mal. I love cars that do wheelies. Mustang over on the right side. Newer generation. That little Nova scooting right along. How about a 1007, 131 miles an hour? Yes, please. Wouldn't mind having one of those, or 2 or 6. Mustang goes 1208 at 116. As we continue rolling our way on through. Rolling, rolling, rolling. And a couple of our Super Pro machines from here in the neighborhood rolling around the corner. We're potentially running top dragster this weekend. This should be quickest and fastest pass of the day so far. Over in the right lane, I'm guessing, just because that looks like a big block in the right lane, a small block in the left lane. And it's been my experience, in my years of experience, that as a general rule, big block cars will outrun small block cars. Let's see if we can set low ET of the day so far. At least until the alcohol cars come on. Go! Sure to be helpful. Wow, we're not going to set low ET of the day. And the small block would outrun the big block. 1031. After that thing fell on its nose down there at about 900 feet. Apologies for those of you that are watching on the live stream. If you had a little glitch there a few minutes ago, we had a power glitch. But we should be back up and running now, so we got a couple of red cars having at it. Duster over on the right side, Gen 3 Camaro here on the left. Oh, I might have a new favorite car. Maybe. 971. Comes up for the Mopar. 135 miles an hour. 1093 here left lane. The blown small block coupe. Remember when the Beach Boys were talking about that little Deuce coupe? I think this was it. Speaking of which, Brian Wilson, right? Wow, 92 years old. Quite a ride. That is an awesome car. Supercharged small block. Does it say 8? Does that say 836 on the window? Rob Monroe. Oh, it's a 31 model. I'm sorry, it's not a little Deuce coupe. It's a little Uno coupe. It just doesn't you just can't rhyme it quite as well. Think about this. If you're driving the Alter on the right side, you got your head leaned to look around the right side of the scoop or the left. Well, the Alter goes silent. 881. Oh, I got to get me one of them. Holy smokes. 881, 152 miles an hour. And if I'm not mistaken, it had a license plate on it. I'll bring up the S10. It's got the headers on backwards. Well, it's blowing the exhaust out of the fenders in front of the wheels. Doesn't that mean the headers are on backwards? Well, they weren't marked left and right, so could happen. Doug Mitchell in the Nova. Over on the right side of the racetrack. Wheels up on the Nova, off the leave. A little bit early on the leave, and then the pickup goes blasting by. I wonder if he waved when he went by. I'm like, see ya. The truck didn't make a full pull either. Stopping the timers down there, 1045, but only 92 miles an hour. 12 at 81 miles an hour on the right side. And here comes Team Rad with the titanium logo on the nose. We've got 1968, 68, 69, Barracuda. It is not a super stocker, but it's a cool car. Chris Stone over on the right side. 68 Dodge. 30 over 440 providing the power. 1011, 129 miles an hour over on the right side. 1018, 130 miles an hour on the left side. Then I bring up the Buick of Alf Weeb. Wow, I haven't seen Alf in a while. That thing's got a clutch in it, by the way. That is a class car. 455, it's got a clutch in it. That's a cool car. Jeff with the Gen 3 Camaro over here on the left side. Oh man, I'm going to butcher this name. Jeff Lefberv? Left what? Lefave? There's not an A in there anywhere. Okay, Jeff. Hey, Jeff. I'm just going to call you Jeff. Is that okay? Wonder what happened to the hood. I know he's a big fan of cars, and Tomater was his favorite. So. Alf's car has a 455, a 4-speed, and a vinyl top. Everything about that car is cool. Everything. 1039, 123 miles an hour. Forget the red light. Practice runs, we don't count red lights. 11:30, 118 miles an hour comes up for Jeff. And here comes the Monza. And over on the right side, how about the 63? The first 63 split window we're seeing today will not be the last, I promise you. That is some wild flame activity going on there. I don't know, call me crazy, but that thing looked like it left the starting line almost like it was dead rich. I could speculate on why, but then somebody might ask me to spell the word speculate, and I can't do that, so I'm just going to pass. 12:15 at 79 miles an hour comes up for the Monza, the Corvette, which I promise you will run quicker than 13:39. That time ran, you guessed it, 13 and 39. One of my favorite Mustangs back. Well, not yet. It's in the water box. First, we've got the Mercury Comet. That thing's kind of cool. What's that vintage? 64? 5? Got the teardrop hood like... Oh, it's got a clutch in it. That's even better. Cars with clutches go up 1 full point on the coolometer. Oh, does anybody drive a car with an automatic? I was out running around the other day. I was driving my pickup. I was out running around the other day. We stopped, walked in the store, and somebody said, "You left your keys in the truck." I said, "Yeah, so?" They said, "Aren't you afraid somebody's going to steal it?" I said, "No, it's got a 6-speed in it. There's nobody under 20 can drive one. Maybe nobody under 30 can drive one." 1166, 116. Well, that's a lot of ones and a lot of sixes. 116 at 1166. Here comes Sylvia. Another hit in the baby blue Mustang. $1277, 106 miles an hour. Hey, racers, just a little helpful hint. If this is the first time you've been to Mission, or it's been a while, look at where the tower is. That's where our computer goddess is. So your number must be visible to our computer goddess when you pull under the bridge and up into the water box. If she can see your number, then that will make her very happy and very cheerful and very easy to get along with. If she can't see your number, well, she'll start growing horns and throwing crap, and I'm the closest person to her. So if you would please help me live a long and happy life by making sure your number can be visible on the left side. And this will be even more important later in the weekend, because if she can't read your dial, she's going to make one up for you. So please, please, please make sure that your numbers are visible on the left side of your machine, no matter how many wheels it has. Those of you with a sharp eye might have noticed that those weren't cars, they were motorcycles. I know, I noticed too. It took me until I got to the finish line, but I did notice. Darren Bauman goes 894 at 154 miles an hour. 1166 at 89 miles an hour. Over on the right side, here comes Corey Craig. The Hayabusa out of Chilliwack, and Steve Appizzini. A CBR11. Now, wait a minute. On that bike, you went 715? Holy smokes, really? $715 is getting it, especially with a no-bar bike. Oh, and he took the tire off. Of course, having a turbo never hurt anybody, not when you're trying to run 715. 802 at 168 miles an hour. Corey Craig just had, I believe that's low ET of the day. We haven't seen anybody at sevens yet, right? Right? I don't think we have. I have a photographic memory. Unfortunately, it only lasts as long as it takes for a Polaroid picture to develop. And now everybody under 30 is going, what's a Polaroid picture? Steve Abbassini took the tire off big time and then just cruised it on down there. Out taking a quick little inspection of the racetrack over on the Lordco side. Hey, while we have a quiet moment, I want to say good morning and welcome. Great to have all of you here at Mission Raceway Park. The Titanium Strip is an absolute pleasure for me to be here. And I've had a couple of people already that have sent me text messages or notes or whatever and said, hey, man, we really appreciate you coming. Don't tell me, tell Kevin. Kevin's the one who invited me. Justin Bond had his fingers in it as well, but it is my absolute pleasure to be here. But I'm here because Kevin reached out and said, hey, if you're available, love to have you. For those of you who don't know who I am, I'm John Smith. I'm in the Witness Protection Program, so don't tell anybody. Now, my name's Alan Reinhardt. If you have been following drag racing for any of the last 3 decades or so, it's quite possible that you've heard my voice at some point. But at this point in time, my first ever visit. Looks like we're going to spray a little sticky stuff out there on the racetrack. Hey, speaking of Justin, if there's anybody out there that is in the market for tough, reliable farm equipment that works as hard as you do, all you have to do is take a look at JBS Equipment in Mission. From high-performance manure spreaders, custom forage solutions, JBS builds equipment that will stand up to the demands of real farming. Whether you're talking about a small dairy or a large operation, JBS has the innovative service and support that you need right here in the Fraser Valley. You can find them at jbsequipment.com or stop by their shop in Mission. Built for farmers and built to last. Also, I mentioned earlier, Lordco is a big supporter of the racetrack. From Vancouver to Vernon, Kelowna to Kilimat, wherever you go in BC, Lordco Auto Parts is just down the road. Over 90 stores across BC and Alberta. Parts, tools, and accessories to keep your car, truck, or RV running right. Whether you're a backyard mechanic or a pro in the shop, Lordco's expert staff and huge inventory means you will find exactly what you need and fast. Proudly BC. Always stocked. Always local. And as I mentioned earlier, they literally have a location across the street. If there's anybody here from out of town, out of state, out of the country, another planet, if there's something you need, Lordco is right there, and they'll be more than happy to take care of it for you. We also want to say a big thank you to the folks at Titanium Auto Group. They have been a long valued sponsor of Mission Raceway, and their support helps fuel the passion, performance, and community spirit that drives everything we do here at the track. Whether it's on the road or on the strip, Titanium Automotive shares your love of horsepower and high performance. Thanks for being a part of the team and supporting grassroots motorsports in BC. Little lap attraction compound out there, and we'll be right back at it. Hey, just a heads up, they're open today, right? Right. Trackside concessions over here on the pit side. I do believe they may have breakfast still going for a couple more minutes if you haven't had breakfast yet. Usually 11 is when they do the switch over. And the special this weekend, they tell me, walking tacos? You mean you can't set them down or they'll leave?
It's like a thing of Doritos, and you put a bunch of nacho stuff.
I can barely stand in one place and talk. You want me to walk and eat a taco at the same time? They also, I believe, are going to have pork slider special this weekend. So if you don't feel like, firing up the grill, or you want something a little fresher than the bologna and cheese that you've been carrying around in the motor coach for the last, since Pomona, they should be open and ready to go. Still doing a little track maintenance out there. We'll be back at it momentarily. By the way, appreciate appreciate all the love. A lot of little notes on Twitter, thanking me for being here and welcoming me. Believe me, it is my pleasure. And I said, if you want to thank somebody for me being here, talk to Kevin. He's the one that invited me. Closed circuit for Teddy Thomas. No, I do not announce in French. I did, however, once work the Sanair event at Montreal, where they had a French-speaking announcer that would sit next to me, and every time I said something, he would repeat it in French. I do speak a little bit of Spanish. Cerveza por favor. That's about it. That's about it. But that's the important stuff. Looks like we're about ready to start making a little noise out there on the racetrack. Enjoy the dragster and the next couple of door cars. I'm in a meeting. Well, I guess he didn't want to run without me, so that was nice. And still didn't make a full pull, so that wasn't nice. 9:54 shutting off early. Chris Ormsby here on the left side. Chevelle, I cannot believe, I am so annoyed at myself. You know how it's really annoying when you do stupid things to yourself? Like, I specifically brought my binoculars this weekend and left them at the hotel. I know exactly where they are. Exactly where they are. If there's anybody listening at the hotel, can you bring them over to me? Please and thank you. That little Nova's sweet. If it wasn't for the chrome wheels and the chrome bumpers, it'd look like a bootlegger's car, wouldn't it? Like blacked out. What's the vintage of that Chevelle? 71, 72? Oh, problem for the Nova. Not a problem. What are we doing here? Looked like the Nova was going to pull in and make a solo, and then... I think the computer was waiting for Chris to pull in. One moment, please. Please stand by. There we go. You can hear it go on the throttle stop and off the throttle stop. Let's see how close they get to that magic number. 1085. Put you in the neighborhood. You're running Super Street on the 1090, and well, my bootlegger Nova apparently not even able to clear the starting line under its own power. Hopefully whatever happened to Chris's car is something they'll be able to get repaired. It'd be awful. You know, he's been looking forward to this weekend for a long time to come up here first time trial session on practice day and break the car. Can we use these for margaritas later? Can we use these for margaritas later? That'd be awesome. A couple of super gassers coming at you right now. Topless roadsters, their little red Corvette. Didn't somebody write a song about a little red Corvette one time? I think so. Hank Williams, somebody. And a little green Mustang. I don't remember any songs about little green Mustangs. A couple of cars that I'm guessing are both shooting for that 9.90 number. $988, a little on the quick side. $164 for the green machine. Sean Johnson stays on the right side of the number at $999. Not a brand. What vintage is that Corvette? Like early 70s, late 60s? Red by less than a thou. And then shutting off early, 12:04. At 73 miles per hour. A couple of cars rolling in now that should be shooting for the 890 index, I do believe. Tyler Galgalash on the left side, and don't have any information on the driver over on the right. A couple of your classic big block Chevy powered rear engine dragster. Probably the most popular bracket combination in the world. You can run in Super Comp, you can run in Super Pro, go out and chase the big dollar stuff. Hey, alcohol cars, listen up. Attention in the pits. Alcohol cars, you're about 1 hour away, from the first scheduled session. Down to the finish line, it's going to be an 893, 177 on the right side, 896 and left at 162 miles an hour. We'll go back to a little two-wheel activity. With the stretched out machine over here on the left side and the stock wheelbase no bar Busa over on the right. Boy, that thing's got to be a handful. It's hard enough to keep a Hayabusa front wheel on the ground, even when you stretch them out. That thing was like creeping and crawling before he let the clutch out over here on the left side. That's why I saw the red light come on. We had an 848, 148 miles an hour left, 954, 150 in the right. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Junior Dragsters and Junior Street. If you would like to come up and make another run, we'll consider this your invitation. Most of our pro and full tree machines are just going to be running round robin, as many as they'd like to make. But Junior Dragster, Junior Street, we'll run you in sessions, and I'd like to invite you guys and gals back if you're ready to go, please. Junior Dragster, Junior Street. Dragsters 1 and 2, Junior Street, I think you're going to be over about 5 and 6. Inlay Gerard goes 792. Slipping along down there at about 160 miles an hour at the finish line. I don't think she was holding that thing all the way down, if you know what I'm saying. 945, obviously shut off over in the right side. How about the battle of the pickups? Looks like the Dodge is going to get the better of the Chevy. Better wheel stand and quicker and faster, and going to get there first by half a mile. Maybe not half a mile. 1066, 119 miles an hour, 1244, 94 miles an hour. Comes up over on the right side. Okay, that thing's cool. 55 Chevy Bel Air. Well, my screen says that's Paul in the left lane, but my screen also says that's a 95 Pontiac. And call me crazy, but that ain't a 95 Pontiac. That thing is cool. That's Ross Walker over on the right side. Pretty sure of that. Ross out of Langley, BC. Racing for the folks at Preston Chevrolet. 66 Deuce. $760? Holy smokes. That thing's even faster than it is beautiful. And it's beautiful. $760. know how much horsepower it takes to make one of those cars go 760? I mean, it's about as aerodynamic as this building I'm standing in. Holy smokes. 1018, 129 miles an hour, comes up over the right side. There's my little 289 Mustang again that I don't believe is a 289 Mustang. I don't believe you. Jason Gibson over there, a little pony. He goes 971. That picked up from earlier as well. The Audi goes 1130 at 120 miles per. How about the Sublime Plymouth Volare? I can see the blower, but I can't see what's underneath the blower. I do not believe, A, that has the factory engine in it. B, that's the factory color. Veronica Hodgson over the right side. And that 1968 Dodge Dart. Wow, Team Green goes 905 at 147 miles an hour. I got to find out what engine's in that thing. I will find out later in the day, believe me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We got the mop crew out on the starting line, so Team Green, do me a favor. When you get back to the pits, take a look at that thing and see if something might be dripping or dropping someplace. Awesome automobile. Hey, once again, Junior Dragster, Junior Street, consider this your personalized invitation to return for a second session. Ruh-roh, the truck just lurched. You rang. That might have been the most pathetic lurch ever. Nope, nope, keep going. You got to go backwards all the way out, start over again. Ten 71, 124 miles an hour. Here comes my little flashback Dodge. And the Ford Falcon, the Falcon over on the right side, that's 70s vintage, right? Vinyl top. You guys got some cool cars up here. Really cool cars up here. 1354, 131 miles an hour for the flashback. 1097. How about a Mustang 2? When's the last time you saw one of those? Out of Clark Freeway. Remember the ad? Mustang 2, boredom 0. I think the high horsepower version of that car was like 13. Yeah, she's ready, Dad. Just hit the gas. Don't worry about the kid in the car. She's got it. Little 56 sat on the bulb a little bit there at this end of the racetrack. He's going to watch that Mustang 2 run away. There's probably a few more of those Mustang 2s than there are Pacer wagons out there, but not by many. 1213, 108 miles an hour comes up for Kim. 13 seconds, 95 miles an hour. Over on the right side. Comes Kevin McCauley on the left side and a little blue late model GT on the right. .1164, 112 miles an hour. Comes up for Kevin. Mustang goes 1209 at 116. Wow, try this on for size. I'm not making this up. Sometimes I do make things up, but I'm not making this up. German engineers have developed a water-absorbent asphalt. The permeable asphalt will absorb up to 4 tons of rainwater per minute, which eliminates puddles. Will that work for a drag strip? That'd be awesome. It's like, hey, quit raining. Next pair. Whoa, hang on, don't hit that. We're going to need that later. That thing looks wild. I have no information on that car other than it's yellow, it's older than me, and it's out of control. But it did look like it'd be fun to drive. It's like, yeah, let me just take a swing at this one time. Still went 1036 even after all that mayhem. 996 over on the right side, 135. Bring up Rick McCanny, his Gen 4 Camaro. Now that's stock, or the Gen 3 Camaro over on the right side. That is not a class car. That, I'm guessing, is a pro or sportsman runner. McKinney with the super stocker, wheels up in the air. Wheelie cars are fun. 1040, 126 miles an hour. 1075 over in the right lane, 122. Here comes Team Valhalla. In the green Malibu. Hey, Junior Dragster, Junior Street. Let's go ahead and make this final call. Attention to the pits. Junior Dragster, Junior Street. Final call for your second hit. Come on down. Team Valhalla's green machine goes 1008 at 131 miles per hour. Here comes Brad Venji. B&C Racing. B&C, for those of you who aren't aware, stands for Brad Venji. Well, he's better at racing than he is at acronyms. On the throttle stop. Off the throttle stop. How close to the 90? 11:02. A little less time on the stop to get it up in the neighborhood of that 1090. Taking a moment here for racetrack maintenance. We'll be right back at it. Mechanical, electrical, plumbing. When all three need to work flawlessly, there's one name you need to know. Austrian Mechanical, with over 20 years of experience and a reputation for precision. They deliver integrated building solutions for commercial, residential, and institutional products all across BC. Efficient, scalable, and reliable. That's Artisan Mechanical. Find them on the web, artisan.com. Our junior drivers getting strapped in, getting ready to go, and we've got our junior streeters rolling up now. The Mustang just says Cash. Like, yep, I just got one name. I'm Cash. I actually just have one name, too. Most people think my first name is Hay. But everybody goes, Hey, Reinhardt. Nathan Lloyd over in right side. Driving the big old 4x4. Again, absolutely love the Junior Street Program opportunity to get involved before you get a driver's license. Making the transition for most from the little cars to the big cars. They run full throttle down to the 8th mile with a parent sitting beside them. Hey, while it's quiet out there, again, if you've got friends at home that want to pay attention or don't know what's going on out here, we are live stream on YouTube. Go to YouTube, punch in Mission Raceway Park, it should come right up. You can call or email or text or carrier pigeon or... Do you have carrier pigeons in Canada or do you have like carrier loons? No, I don't know, I'm asking. Canadian, oh, you have carrier geese. Okay, that makes sense. Canadian geese. I went to a place called the Flying Beaver for lunch yesterday. You ever been there?
No, it sounds cool.
It's like right on the water, and you're watching all these little seaplanes come in and take off the whole time you're sitting there. It's really cool. We don't have a lot of seaplanes in Tucson, Arizona. As a matter of fact, I think the next one will be one. And here come the little cars. Every time the juniors come around the corner, somewhere down in Florida, David Knapp is smiling. And you guys should all thank him, because if that kid could catch a baseball, you wouldn't have a race car. I still think it's a fun piece of trivia that the first two ever junior drivers were a little boy and a little girl, David Knapp and, at the time, Jill Caliendo. Now Jill McKenna. All right, Nate Green, part of the Green Brothers team, and Pearson Moss. Pearson raced his brother last time, right? And let's see, the Greens. We're going to keep track of which one of the Greens has a better reaction time, and I don't know why, but we're going to. There's going to be some kind of grand prize. It probably will not be a margarita. Well, even in Canada, you're not allowed to drink margaritas while you're driving juniors, right? Hey, I'm learning. You guys have some different customs up here. I pulled out of the airport the other day. It said speed limit 80. I thought, I'm going to love this place. Then it said speed limit 90. I thought, that's even better. And then I realized it was kilometers. Well, it's not quite as much fun. So Nate comes in at 057. I hope there's not a tie because I didn't get the last number. And then Nate goes 904 at 70 miles an hour, and 1223 at 47 miles an hour comes up for Pearson Moss. Here comes Grayson Moss. Cadence Rodriguez. Wow. Cadence must be a heck of a salesperson. Mill Run Truck Body, Ken Specialty, Ernie Speed and Custom, Elite Bells, Dave and Trudy, Color Compass, all helping out Cadence. Cadence might be actually making a living driving junior dragsters. Grayson Moss had an Ultra Tune Automotive. Grayson Moss goes 908 at 72 miles an hour, and 898 comes up for Cadence at 73 miles an hour. Hey, by the way, you guys all know the routine, right? For the Super Comp Association, if you want to get involved, S&T Truck Repair. Getting ready to sponsor this weekend. And if you guys want to get signed up and involved in that, you know the hows, whens, wheres, and whys. Just make sure you get it done before tomorrow. I'm going to do it right now. Alex Green. Oh, Alex Green. We're checking out, keeping track of the Green boys again. And Nash Gallant. All right, Alex, if you want to take over the lead, you got to be better than 057. Oh, no. Minus 130. Wah, 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 wah. Alex goes way red. Of course, last time, didn't two of the three greens go red last time? If I remember right. I'd be honored. Okay, I don't have the information. Is it Justin Cowie? Is that right? I think it's Justin. I know who his uncle is, or his dad, or whoever that guy is down there. And the guy with the really fast car looks just like that, only goes a little faster, a lot faster, considerably faster, well, better anyway. Cowie, yes, that is definitely the younger of the Cowies, going 15 seconds at 40 miles an hour. Here comes Bentley Johnson. Oh, I hope I didn't miss the third green, brother. I'm sorry, I was like in a conference up here for a moment. Did I miss the third green, brother? I'm going to feel terrible if I did. Hey, alcohol cars. You're about 25 minutes away. I'm going to be calling you into the lanes here in about 10 or so. If you're ready, you can go ahead and start meandering whenever you want to meander. But alcohol cars, your session is slated for noon. So hopefully, those who have opted to take advantage of the cool, brisk, crisp, holy crap, is it going to be fast out there session are ready to go. Do want to welcome everybody out here. Kind of a casual day today, just a test and tune day. We get a little bit more serious tomorrow. Qualifying and time trials. And then, of course, Sunday eliminations. Also want to welcome all of our students that are out here today. A lot of people came out taking part in a little mini YES, or Youth and Education Services program, something that has been a big part of the NHRA on the National Event Trail for about 35 years now. And very grateful to have all of the youngsters here today. If you can talk mom or dad into bringing you back out here tomorrow, I'm going to liven things up a little bit, because today, again, just test and tune day. Or, you know, since Sunday's Father's Day, it's Father's Day up here too, right? I never know what carries over from here to there. It's like, is there a 4th of July in Canada? Well, yes, there is, but they probably don't blast off quite as many fireworks as we do.
Yeah, we get too much wildfires here.
But you can always go, you know, Dad, I think we should go to the drags for Father's Day. I think that would be a great program. Tremendous program. And looks like we're getting ready to rumble a couple more cars around the corner. Oh, how many people like 57 Chevys? If you didn't raise your hands, you have to leave. How many of you like root beer brown 57 Chevys? Wow. Wow. That thing is sweet. How many of you like 73, 74 Dart? Somewhere in that vintage. I don't have driver info or either one. Apologize for that. But again, we've got somebody feverishly working away as all the tech cards are coming up, getting them entered into the system. First time seeing the 57 on a racetrack. What a great car. Oh, Super Streeter. I thought it said Super Pro on the window. I was hoping we were going to get to watch that thing blast off. .1073, 147 miles an hour comes up for the old Tri-5. 11 flat. 146 miles an hour for the Dart. That'll bring up the 8, I believe, Camaro Roadster. For those of you that are curious, that's not a real 68 Camaro. Not a real one. It's a carbon copy, as in carbon fiber. .977, a little bit quick on the old 990. I do love the LED tail lights, though. I've been going back and forth about, should I put LED tail lights in my 67 Mustang street car? You think so? Something about the vintage look, though. You know, I mean, you can go a couple of different ways with that. I keep going back and forth. It's like, well, maybe it does have upgraded headlights because You know, the T3 headlights that were so popular back in 1967 that the car came with. Well, let me just put it to you this way. If I had the car up here in the announcing deck and I turned the headlights on, I wouldn't be able to see out the window. They were not the strongest, brightest, bestest. DG machine power. Whoa. 0005 reaction time. See, that would get you a bag of donuts normally. I'm trying to figure out with the 5 on the end. By the way, I was really disappointed. 889. Wow. 0005 reaction time on the green side, and then 889. That car's dialed in. Click, bang, yes, we're ready to go. I went by Walmart yesterday. When I pulled in, when I was pulling up to the hotel and I saw Walmart across the street, I went like, yes! And they don't stock the donuts that I always buy. So I don't have any donuts to give away. I didn't give up, however. I didn't give up. I called Mike Eames. Hadn't left yet. I said, do me a favor, go by Walmart. Bring me donuts. He said, on it. About 30 minutes ago, he sent me a picture of an empty shelf at Walmart in Seattle where they don't have donuts either. So bummed. Classic Shoebox Chevrolet blasting its way down the Lordco side of the racetrack. Stopping the timers down there. 11:14. Gonna need to speed that thing up a little bit. You wouldn't think on a day like today you'd be telling people they have to speed the car up, would you? Wouldn't you think on a day like today everything would be going fast? Here's something I was thinking about when I was texting back and forth with my buddy Dave Moody yesterday. Dave, for those of you who don't know, Turn 1 announcer for MRN Radio and voice of Sirius XM Speedway on satellite radio. NASCAR's down in Mexico City this weekend. I just thought it was funny that my buddy Moody was going to Mexico City and I was going to Canada. We're racing at a real altitude here of what, like about 10 feet or something silly like that, right? And they're over 7,000. If you took a car from here up there, it would have 40% less power just based on the weather. Little silly things like that bounce around in my head and I can't get them to stop. I keep trying. All right, let's go ahead and make it official. Alcohol cars, listen up. Attention in the pits. Alcohol cars, if you want to take part in our noon session, let's go ahead and start heading this way, please. I know there's at least a few of them that we're going to come up and take a crack at it here early today. Back into the scooters. That's twice that thing blew the tire off of it. It wasn't quite as bad this time as it was last time. But Steve Abusini is, well, off the throttle very early again and just going to cruise down there at a top speed that probably wouldn't get you a ticket if you were out there on the, what highway is that? Like 15 or 37 or 99 or... Hey, I got a question for you. Legit question. If we are in Canada, then how come the speed on the scoreboard doesn't come up in kilometers? No, I'm serious.
I guess.
Okay, wait a minute. I'm gonna have to get out my kilometers to mile per hour. Google's a beautiful thing, isn't it? Mile per hour to kilometer converter. Corey Craig is flying down the left side of the racetrack. 788 at 169 miles an hour. 959 over in the right lane, 150 miles an hour. Wait a minute, what happened to my converter? Okay, here we go. What do you run? Yeah. 169.56 miles per hour. 272.88 kilometers. Now, doesn't that sound more impressive? I'm telling you. Corey, when you text everybody back home, just tell them, yeah, I just ran 272.88 kilometers. this is going to be a real time killer. Dragster rolling in next. I still don't have the information entered on. Terry Houston's over in the right side. Let's see if this thing works backwards. Yeah, we're not going to see that. That sounds like an alcohol car. Ooh, you know what? I will bet you heavily somebody's going to run over 400 kilometers today. Somebody might run over 450 kilometers per hour today. That's going to be my new just because thing. 905, 148 miles an hour for the dragster. Take that thing to Vegas and you could win the prize. 1196 in the right lane, 110 miles an hour. Here comes the S10 extra cab. In the left side, Mal Patterson in the right. Play a little one car, two car, red car, blue car. I used to read a lot of Dr. Seuss when I was a kid. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam. I am. Gotta admit, green eggs is better than green ham. I mean, if you get right down to it. Nova looks like fun. Big wheel stand on a 1007 at 131 miles an hour, 1220, 110. How about an S10 Blazer? Bubba's machine over here on the left side. First time we've seen a Blazer out on the track today. I like the Blazer. I was just thinking about how many people you could hide in the back of it when you're coming in. Like just one. Do you guys even have drive-in movies anymore? You ever go to the drive-in movies in the trunk? Not that I ever did, but I heard people do that. I'm assuming that 890 number, since Roadster would not be legal in super gas or in super street. Ends up going 936 at 154 miles an hour. So we need to speed her up a little bit. 1089. 121 on the left. And we have a battle of the oranges. Which orange do you like better? Now the left side, that's definitely a hugger orange. And the right side, that is like a tequila sunrise orange. Or no, mango orange. Tangerine. Singapore sunset. Oh, easy. Wow, the Nova made a pretty hard move to the right for what it normally does. 974, 137 miles an hour comes up for the Mustang. And the Nova decides just to take a nice little lazy drive on down there. Hey, once again, alcohol cars, if you were planning on making the noon hit, this would be a good time to come on up here, please. Alcohol cars, if you're gonna make the noon hit, come and get you some. Chris Stone over on the right side in his Dodge. I'm trying to read the name off the window, I can't see it. That's why I need my binoculars. I can't believe I forgot my binoculars. I feel so stupid. I feel even dumber than I look, and that's not easy. 1009, 129 comes up for Chris. 1014, 131 comes up on the left side. I literally, specifically, when I was packing, I was like, don't forget your binoculars, don't forget your binoculars, don't forget your binoculars. And then this morning I left the hotel and forgot the binoculars. When Corvette is back. Welcome back, Corvette. Terry Langdon. Wow. Check out the 41 Willys. Looks like he backed up to a picnic table and drove off with it. Oh, the Willys obviously a little lazy off the starting line, but scoot along pretty good down there at the other end. Comes up with an 843, 162 miles an hour. 940. Comes up for the Willys at 133. Get that thing to move off the starting line, and it's going to dip into the 8s. Here comes Sylvia again, my favorite little baby blue Mustang. And the red Duster over on the right side. You looking for me? Throw something at me. Hit me. What's this kid gloves? Everybody up here going, excuse me, I don't want to bother you. We'll never get along. You don't start bothering me, we'll never get along. I got to call Sylvia's wrong, though, because I said her Mustang was my favorite car here, so I can't let that one go by unnoticed. Red Dodge going to beat her down to the finish line, however. 962 for the Dodge, 136. Mustang goes 1205 at 110. All right, talk amongst yourselves for the next couple of pairs. I've got somebody up here that I need to chat with. Please stand by. Wow, check out the truck pulling in the water box. That thing's cool. I'm back. Did you miss me? Rolling on through our test and tuners. I don't know if we're going to have any alcohol takers here for this first session or not. I was hoping we would. I figured that the way the weather is out there. I figured somebody'd come up here and try to set the world record. Dragster's off like a shot, slowing down a little bit down there at the top end though. 797, only 113 miles an hour. The way that thing took off, I thought it was going to run low ET of the day at least so far. And then eased way back on the top end of the racetrack. I suppose the right lane would stop the timers at 11.99 seconds, but 109 miles an hour, almost the same speed, but separated by 4 seconds. Coming up the Camaro out of Bubba's for Andy Hatton. Bubba's Speed Shop. And over on the right side is Ross Walker. The Preston Chevrolet backed 66 Chevy. Definitely getting his money's worth this morning. What's his third time or fourth time that he's been down the racetrack? Towards the left. Fights it back into the center of the groove, able to keep his foot down on the throttle. 834, 161, even with a little dog leg move out there in the middle. 1021 to 129 for Russ Walker, and the flashback comes up again out of Roadrunner Automotive. It's like a 67 satellite, right? Wouldn't you think that Roadrunner Automotive, you would be driving a Roadrunner, not a satellite? I'm just throwing it out there. Actually, with a scoop. That's why I missed my binoculars again. I think it's a satellite across the back. Green Malibu over on the right side. Team Valhalla. Attacking the Lordco side of the racetrack. .1005, 132 miles an hour. Coming up for Ed Hunter. I don't know if that was Ed Hunter or not. Oh, no, that's Ed Hunter. I'm sorry. My screen flipped over, and then I'm so confused. Saw something shiny, and it distracted me. That's Ed Hunter over there in that 2015. Well, I knew it had a teen in it someplace, 396 model Camaro. And Team Lordco. Over here in the Monza. .1030, 132 comes up for a little 396 Stalker. 1063, 130 for the Monza. Here comes James Cowie out of Mundy's Towing and Recovery. And the Haviland back, little small block front loader car over on the right side. That's kind of a cool look nostalgia machine. Well, they tell me there's Shaylin over on the right side in the front motor drag. You used to race go-karts? Oh, okay. Well, then she likes like skittish automobiles, right? This thing probably doesn't pull as many G's in the corner, but I bet it has a higher top speed than a go-kart. Cowie goes 7:15 at 186 miles an hour. All right, no pressure, Uncle Sean. You should run 2 seconds and 100 miles an hour, quicker and faster. You know, ish. 9:58, 141 miles an hour. We're sailing over in that front motor car. Did we get any top alcohol takers? One or two? See one.
Hey, Ellen, you have a second? Can you...
Comes Irene Cocatello. First generation Chevy 2. 62, 63, somewhere in that neighborhood. One more bulb, Irene. Ease that thing forward. There we go. A little bit of a stumble right off the starting line, and then that thing cleaned up and took off. And Irene's going to sail it down. TCS side of the racetrack. 1067, 125. Hey, listen up. If you are here as part of the Youth and Education Day, if you are one of our students here as a Youth and Education, lunch is served. Backside of the concession stand, if you'll run by there, it's lunchtime. And again, want to welcome all of our school agers out here. Hey, a field trip to go to the drag strip is something I never got to do when I was in school. Our field trips, we went to like museums and stupid places. Now, to be fair, we did go to a fire station once, but they wouldn't even set a fire for us. I thought we were going to get to play in front of a hydrant or something. I'm sorry, I've been working on that with my therapist for a lot of years, and obviously we're not there yet. But anybody, if you are here as part of the field trip day from school to come out for the career presentation, it's lunchtime, backside of the concession stand. And if you're 52 years old and you're going to go to the backside of the concession stand and go, yeah, hey, I'm one of the kids, I get lunch. Yeah, we're smarter than that. I know because I tried. I looked at me and went, get out. All righty, doing a little touch-up over there on the right side of the racetrack. They're cool little Kubota tractors. That's what we call traction farming. You guys understand farming, right? Hey, final call. If there was any alcohol car that wanted to make the noon session and you're not already here, you better be rolling. I hope. Hey, while we have a quiet moment, I want to say a big thank you to the folks at Vancouver Car Wraps. Big shout out for their support of Mission Raceway. From race-ready designs to custom commercial wraps, they know how to make your vehicle stand out on and off the racetrack. We really appreciate helping us keeping things bold, eye-catching, and full throttle at each and every event. We also want to say a big thanks to folks at Rad Torque Systems. They're powering performance at Mission Raceway for a number of years. The BC-based global leader in torque technology. Rad brings premium precision, strength, and innovation to industries and now to the racetrack. We're grateful for your support of local motorsports and engineering excellence, as well as Dallas Glenn, and the running for the Pro Stock Championship on the NHRA Tour this year. Dallas is having a pretty good year. And Greg Anderson is having a little bit better year, but Dallas is having a pretty darn good year. Hey, while it's quiet, I'm going to grab myself a fresh bottle of water. And again, if you're here as part of the career day, lunch is served. Check into the backside of the concession stands. By the way, I mentioned that it is lunchtime for our students that are out here. It's actually lunchtime for anybody. Walking tacos is special this week. Pulled pork sliders. Tests and tuners, just remember, heads up, tests and tuners, we're going to be running until about 4 o'clock today. And the only ones that we're running in specific sessions are junior dragster, junior street, and top alcohol cars. So the rest of you, many runs do you want to make, come on down. Again, I've had a number of people that come up in the tower and thanked me for being here this weekend. Well, you need to thank Kevin and or Justin, because those two are the reason I'm here. It's my pleasure to be here, but I'm here because I was invited, and I really do appreciate those two reaching out and giving me the opportunity to come up here and see this place for the first time. Plus, it's nice to be back to work, you know, after I was banned in the United States. That's a joke. But it is kind of cool to add, well, I guess I can't add. I have announced in Canada before, but not in Western Canada. Definitely never in BC. And I always love going to visit a new racetrack. Comes the A Street Automotive. Chevelle over on the right side. And by the way, if there's anybody out there that said, who's Kevin and Justin? And well, I'd like to welcome you, because you're apparently visiting Mission for the first time if you don't know those two guys. Interesting use of the throttle stops. Made a dart to the left and then laid down and picked up, took off again. Wow, 10.8999. I got an extra 9 on the screen, so that takes some getting used to also. And the little 27T Roadster are going to take a solo. This looks like it's going to be our last one. We only had one alcohol car, said the professional announcer clearly. Come up, take a crack at the noon session. I hope we're going to have, oh, no, we got a funny car back here behind the tower. Stragglers. Well, Chevelle darted left and the Roadster darted right. And an easy cruise through the top end. Going to end up with a 12-second ET at just over 80 miles per hour. All right, we're going to turn up the noise and performance here a little bit. Rolling in here next, a couple of our alcohol cars, fastest cars on the property this weekend. With a little test and tune opportunity. That's going to be next. Quayle going to be the first one taking a crack at it. I love the sweet smell of nitro. And for those of you who may not know, kind of always assume that at this point everybody does, but I also know that we've got a bunch of folks out here that might be getting their first taste on a test and tune day. The alcohol categories, you're allowed to run a supercharger and burn alcohol for fuel, or if you run naturally aspirated with fuel injection, you can run nitro. That's what Mr. Quayle has opted to do. If Mike is making a full attempt, and if he makes a decent full attempt, this should easily be the quickest and fastest car we've seen so far today. Should run less than 5.5 seconds to the scoreboard, more than 250 miles an hour. But again, it's a test and tune day, so you never really know if they're trying to do the entire quarter mile. A lot of times when these teams will go testing, they'll decide to just run them to the 8th mile or so, or launch them off the starting line. Brooks Brown down there making the final little idle adjustment. Now he tells Mr. Quayle, have at it. Let's see if we can get our first 5-second, 250 mile an hour run of the weekend. Rattle a tire out there about 150 feet. Very aggressive off the starting line. And went out there, and a issue that these cars have from time to time will simply the power level and the traction level doesn't quite agree with each other, and they'll start shaking the tires pretty violently. Looks like I got an alcohol funny car rolling around next. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Junior Street and Junior Dragster. Junior Street and Junior Dragster, we would like to invite you back to the lanes, please. Junior Street and Junior Dragster, come on down. Brian Al rolling in next. The folks out of Cascade Truck and Trailer Sales. Oregon Motor Coach. Rad Torque. One of the premier alcohol cars in the country. Actually, in both countries, I guess. In all the countries. How about in the universe? That's a hot rod. Let's just leave it at that. Brian, whose name is in the conversation year after year when it comes down to championship time, and certainly a threat to win anytime they roll this thing out of the trailer. Yes. They'll be firing this baby up here momentarily. Mr. Quayle just didn't quite get it cleared around the corner down there at the top end of the racetrack. Take a look down there. You can see that our top end safety team is out there grabbing him. And as soon as they get him pulled around and clear, they'll give Brian's team the signal to go ahead and fire that thing up. Brian Houck, so far, what do you think? Best burnout we've seen today? Oh, Sean Cowie rolling up here. Come on, Sean. You knew it was supposed to be noon. We're going to sneak in another outlaw car. All right, Brian, let's see what you got. Listen closely. One of the things I love about outlaw cars, they're going to rev up on the starting line. This thing will be turning more RPM on the starting line than your street car turns ever. Like more than red line on most cars. The shift point for one of these outlaw cars is over 10,000 RPMs. And again, listen close. They'll be making 2 gear changes all the way down to the quarter mile. With Brian's wife, Mindy, out in front of the car. We started the GMAC program a couple of years ago, get Mindy a car because she's the only one in the family that doesn't race. Brian's kid, I'm sure we'll see up here later in the weekend as well, run a top dragster, probably Super Cup as a division champ. Come on, Brian, let's see if we can get in our full pull out here, our first 5-second, 250-mile-an-hour run. Rev that baby up. I like it. Oh, he clicked it off about the 8th mile down there. Try this on for size. The 8th mile mark, going past those 2 cones. See where the cones are sitting on the wall? He was 3.58 seconds, already off the throttle, 190 miles an hour. You saw it trailing a little bit of smoke out the back down there through the top end, but Brian, again, very aggressive on the early numbers with the Oregon Motor Coach and Cascade truck body machine. And Sean Cowie is rolled up here and is just getting his safety equipment on. He'll be climbing in his car momentarily. Well, Sean Cowie getting strapped in the car. They'll be rolling him around the corner here momentarily. I can tell you this. I know there's a number of the outlaw racers that were very happy about coming up here and being a part of the Division 6 National Open program, but not a single one of them was happier than Sean Cowie because he considers this his home racetrack. They do come up here and test quite a bit. And for all the success that he's had over the years, I believe this will be the first time, and it won't be today because today's test and tune, but I believe it'll be the first time this weekend that Sean will get up here and actually go into competition as the reigning world champion. After finishing second a number of times throughout his career and finishing top 5, I mean, just about every year that he's been in the category. Last year, they finally were able to put it all together and finish the season sitting on top of the points. When they roll this black dragster around the corner, you'll see the number on the side of the wing says TAD 1, as in nobody in the world better than your very own homegrown Sean Cowie, rolling around the corner as the champ. I see my junior dragsters and junior streeters all pulling into the lanes. Thank you for heeding the call. I love you, Sean, but you're never going to set low ET for strapping in. Monday's towing and recovery course, the family business. Sean, a big supporter of the Slow Down, Move Over campaign, making sure that you give a little extra room to those who are out there looking after us on the highways and byways. Did the last second weather change or weather read and now making the main jet change? Lean it out. 3 more steps. It'll be fine. I think the question now is going to be, the question in my mind anyway, you guys remember the Brian Haug burnout in the funny car just a minute ago? As a general rule, dragsters do better burnouts than funny cars. As an absolute cast in concrete titanium rule, nobody in a dragster does bigger burnouts than Sean Cowie. So let's see how close he gets to what his Division 6 champion compadre Brian Haug did. I said, I know he's been here doing a little testing and doing some other stuff, but I just think it's awesome for Sean Cowie to roll up the starting line here at Mission as the reigning champion in the Lucas Oil Series after so many years and being so close so many times. And I just hope that they could put up our first 5-second 250-mile-an-hour run here this weekend. There's one thing I can tell you about Sean and his team as a general rule, not as a general rule, as another, as a absolute rule. They do not approach the drag strip shy at any point. Might need a tape measure to figure out who did the longer burnout between Sean and Brian. But I guarantee you, he wanted to come up here and do a little showing off and showing out. He lives less than an hour from here. And there are a lot of people that are aware of Langley, BC Mission, simply because this man and his team, literally from coast to coast, chasing NHRA glory and being a legit threat everywhere he goes. All righty, Sean's been given the go-ahead. Let's see. Come on, Sean, get this thing clean off the starting line. Let's see that 5-second, 250-mile-an-hour run. Please. Pretty please. Rev that thing up. And now roll that thing in. And turn it loose. There we go. There we go. What do you think of that? 5.19 seconds. 257 miles an hour. That thing was not running full song at the finish line. It looked like the parachutes might have been coming out just a smidge early. I've seen that car run 280 miles an hour all out, but 5.19 seconds. 257 miles an hour. Here's how you can tell exactly that it wasn't running all the way quite to the finish line. At the 1,000-foot mark, recorded speed is 258 miles an hour. And at the 1320, 257. So he was off the throttle just a bit before the finish line. But Mission, that is your very own reigning world champion out here on a little test and tune run putting together what is so far low ET and top speed of the day. 519 shutting off early. Now, without getting too technical, that's getting it. I mean, that is really getting it. Let's see. 257.58. Oops, did that backwards. Let's see, 257.58, what Sean just did out there, 414.5 kilometers. Doesn't that look like fun? And we'll go back into our regular rotation. Test and tuners. .891, 177 miles an hour for the driver who was shooting for 8.90 seconds. And again, our junior's getting suited up and strapped in back here behind the tower. We're just continuing to run through the lanes. A fairly steady stream. Rick McKinney, after the wheel stand and launch, rolls on down to a 1028 at 128. 1150 for the little pickup at a $1.16. Kim Cornish now, 77 Mustang 2 out of Clark. Oh, hang on, Norm. Wow. Norm LaPointe just stood that thing straight up, and it came down her slammo. I know it's kind of a technical term, but that's what it did. Man, that was a hard launch and an even harder landing. The big wheel stands, as long as you're able to keep your foot in the car, normally go out there and kind of settle back in. But when that thing stood up and when it made a move to the right, he had two choices: take your foot off the gas or hit the wall. The wise choice, obviously, is take your foot off the gas. But when you do that, it's kind of like throwing it off a lift, as it came down from way up there and just slammed back to earth. Hopefully didn't do any damage to Mr. LaPointe's machine. On a day like this, you definitely have got a little bit more horsepower to deal with than you do at most tracks. Of course, Norm is from up in this part of the woods, so you would think that he would be used to that. Let's see what we're checking in for weather right now. 100 feet of density altitude, a brisk 54 degrees. As the next pair. Blasting on down. That little Audi runs good. 1135, 120 miles an hour. 1149 over on the right side. At $114. I'm sorry, once again, I got distracted by something shiny that happens to me a lot. Woo, squirrel. $1013, 129 miles an hour. Comes up for the Dodge. Cutlass goes 1164 to 113. And we're back into our junior streeters. Nathan Lloyd in the Silverado. And Cash over there in the Mustang. And again, I know we've got a number of students here. If you are 14, thinking you'd like to get involved, you can stop up here in the tower and we can tell you how you can go about that. If you want to go home and talk to mom or dad and say, hey, I'd like to go out there and compete at Mission Raceway. We can tell you how to make that happen. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. I have a racer in need. Dave Wakefield needs a welder. If you can take two pieces of metal and turn them into one piece of metal, Dave Wakefield would be very, very happy to meet you. Now, here's the challenge. One of the pieces of metal is aluminum and the other one's titanium. No, I'm kidding. But if you are on the property and you can weld, he's over next to Tom Katonic, and Dave Wakefield would be very happy to make your acquaintance. Or if you're not sure where, who, why, or how, come up and see me, and I will get you in touch with him. But let's see if we can help Dave out and get him back on the racetrack, please. Jack Johnston makes his 8th mile run down there, and we should be rolling the junior cars around the corner here momentarily. Alex Green left. I failed miserably in keeping track of the Green brothers' reaction times last time, so I'm not going to promise to try to do that again, because if I do, I will likely fail miserably. Cadence Rodrigo over on the right side. Team Titanium here at the Titanium Strip. Bumping in and ready. Well, Alex was a little bit early last time. He's a little bit early again this time. Last time 013 early, this time 019 early. Runs down to the stripe, 926. 70 miles an hour for Alex, 899 for Cadence. At 73 MPHs. Comes Grayson Moss and Nate Green. Rolling at you now. Well, Nate, kind of like last time, he wants to beat his brother on reaction time. All he's got to beat is Green. I mean, come on, Alex. You're not really putting the pressure on. You know what I'm saying? Need Green, 78. Grayson Moss, 74. Almost a coin flip at this end. 9 flat, 70 miles an hour. Comes up for Nate. 912.72 for Grayson. Pearson Moss rolling in now. In left side, Hunter Gallant on the right. Pearson a little bit on the early side. At a new elevation, Silver Construction. Hunter gets the stripe at 886, 74 miles an hour for BDL. Milron truck body. Team Lordco. Nashgalon, Jack Green. All right, Jack. Let's see if you can be better than your brothers. Green Brothers Racing and True North Mechanical. Milron Truck, BDL Auto. With the Nash family. Oh, both of them leave early. So it looks like Nate is the green king of reaction time right now. Get it to Green King because both his brothers went red. I know the other red light didn't come on, but trust me, they both left early. Trust me, I wouldn't lie to you. No reason for me to lie to you. We're not even dating. 12:09, 52 miles an hour. Comes up for Nash, Jack. 12:27, 51 miles an hour. And here comes the new generation of Mundy's Towing. New generation of Cowie. Ashton Katanick over on the other side. A96, 72 miles an hour comes up for Ashton. Cowie easing on down to a 16-second, 40-mile-an-hour run. Hey, you got to start somewhere. And as you get older, you're allowed to get faster. Bentley Johnson left. Coco Kowalski right. Both have solid green light starts at this end of the racetrack. A good little side-by-side run, 804 to an 807. Down at the other end, Bentley gets there first. Bubba Speed Shop, Peden Industries, Titanium Auto Group. Coco, 807, 81 miles an hour. A good little side-by-side dragger. Team Canco machine here on the left side. I believe it's the first time we've seen it up here today. Matter of fact, looks like we've got a few juniors rolling around a corner that are making their first hit here this afternoon. Eight 11, 82 miles an hour on the left side, 792, 82 miles an hour over on the right side. Now, here comes the first of the JBS fleet of race cars. McKenna Thompson on the left side. And JBS equipment where the field's the limit. And Adam Katanick. And the right side, TK Performance, Lordco. McKenna with a solid swing at the tree. 47 on the reaction timer, then 795 on the racetrack. Adam Kadenek a little bit quick down there. And then 85 miles an hour. The last of our juniors, and we'll come back and see if we can get that bike hooked up and put it down in the sevens. I'll tell you, for a no-bar bike, that thing over on the right side, that thing is vicious. Alan Duda, 41 on the tree. Performance World. Alder Auto car goes 804 at 79 miles per hour. Looks like we're going to have a great field of juniors here this weekend. I love it. Keep an eye on Steve's bike over there on the right side. If that thing gets a hold of the racetrack, it's got stupid power, but with no wheelie bar and a small back tire. Getting it to get a hold of the racetrack has been challenging so far. Daryl Stars, I can hear on the outside on Suzuki. Once again, that thing spun the tire violently. Unfortunately for Steve, this time he literally took off before the tree started counting down, so he's going to get no time, even though he hustled all the way out the finish line this time. If you leave early and turn on the red light, that's okay. I mean, not in eliminations, but in practice runs anyway. But when you leave before the tree is activated, then you won't get any time. In essence, the tree has to begin the countdown with your bike on the starting line. Otherwise, when the sequence starts, the computer just doesn't see anything there. And then the clock doesn't start. And if the clock doesn't start, then the clock doesn't stop. And if that doesn't happen, then you don't get a nothing. Nothing, I tell you, nothing. And the final motorcycle, at least for the moment, pulls back up. We get a couple of hot rods pulling into the water box. Tony Hopkins in the left side, John Christensen in the right. Tony Hopkins, the RM Holmes machine. That's one of the big hitters up here in this part of the country. Hails out of Washington. Jan Christensen out of BC. Langley, BC, as a matter of fact. $10.91, 132 miles an hour comes up for Jan. $10.95, 149 for Tony Hopkins. Now it's going to be Brad Vinci and Jess Dale. What did we do? Put together our own little Super Street match race here? That's what it's looking like to me. Well, Brad Vinci actually. Well, 1084, just a little bit on the quick side. Jess Dale off the throttle at 14 seconds, 72 miles an hour. That'll bring up Ormsby. Now, Ormsby and the Black Nova, last time they got, well, about this far and have to push it off the starting line. And Root Beer Brown 57. Pretty cool hot rod over there on the right side as well. Ormsby's going to be a whole lot happier with that run, even though it didn't make it all the way quite to the quarter-mile stripe, 10:56. At only 97 miles an hour. I'm back again. Did you miss me again? Jason Gibson, 970, 138 miles an hour. And left lane just kind of easing down the boulevard down there, 24 seconds. Ooh, what do you think of the little Fox body? I love the pony cars. Put it up, put it up, put it up, bump, bump. Pick up over on the right side. I love a street car that's got the trans brake wired into the backup lights. Details. Details. Love the details. 1084. 121 for the pickup. 1073 for the little Fox body. Would you have thought if you saw that thing pull up the start line with license plates on it, it was going to run in 10s? I'm impressed. I love 10-second street cars. And 9-second street cars and Tom Bailey's 5.5-second street car. Does that say slightly altered? Slightly altered. Ron Fawcett, the big block, sitting out in front of him in that open-air roadster. Paul Soros over on the right side. No, that's not Paul. We're doing this again. I know what's happening because we're in test and tune mode here today, so there's going to be a couple of cars that probably have the same number on them because they run in different categories, so that's why occasionally I will have a glitch and my computer information. Is that thing fast enough for you? 7:56. That is Paul? That's a brand new car this weekend? Holy smokes. He's never had that thing 750, 176? Second run down the track? And as you can see, the Altered had a problem right off the starting line and just pulled over up against the wall. I do want to give a tip of my cap, however, to Ron out there up against the wall. Oh, and fortunately he's able to start it and drive it off. And the reason I say tip of the cap is, well, we encourage you, racers, if you know you're having a problem, pull over and stop. If we need to come retrieve you, it's not a problem to come retrieve you. But if you might be leaking something, leaving some slickery stuff out on the racetrack, if you pull over and stop, it leaves us with a puddle to clean up. If you drive all the way to the end of the racetrack, we got a really long trail. And it takes longer to clean up a trail than it does to clean up a puddle. Oh, are we going to race the truck? I want to race the truck. Yeah, don't you remember the UPS Race the Truck campaign? Come on, send him. Send him. Send him. No, he's probably just making a delivery. I mean, I love deliveries, but it's more fun to race the truck. John Brzezinski in the Barracuda, and once again, the 56. Two-door wagon. What are you leaving for? We're not done yet. Where are you going? If you're going to the hotel, can you get my binoculars and bring them back? Please? The wheel stand in Barracuda goes 1084 at 119 miles an hour. 1352 for the wagon. At 94 mphs. And we got a battle of the blue cars. Which one do you like better? There's no wrong answer. They're both vintage 1966. Husband and wife, really? Oh, Terry and Sylvia? I guess that would make sense. The husband driving the Chevy 2, the wife driving the Mustang. And Sylvia, she was definitely going after her husband in the reaction time and ended up leaving a little too soon and leaving the red light on. Now, I don't know what that side bet was, but if it was bet on reaction time, then Terry won the bet. $12,510 for Sylvia. $1196, 110 for Terry as they play a little he said, she said. All right, we're going to continue on here. We're going to continue on here for a second. I'm going to go on a little field trip, and I'm going to leave Kevin the microphone. Oh, chicken fingers or chicken tenders and French fries. Ever had what? A poutine? I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's fries, cheese, and gravy.
Fries, cheese, and gravy.
Canadian delicacy.
Okay. Chocolate-covered bacon and fireworks. That's my favorite trio.
Fantastic.
I'll be back. Kevin's here now.
Well, I'll be taking over here for a little bit for Alan while he is off to do some talking with the kids over there in the grandstands about a few different things. So you'll have to listen to me, unfortunately. But we're definitely going to have to get Alan a poutine this weekend for sure. Maybe even some ketchup chips. I don't know. A few different Canadian delicacies we could send his way. All dress ruffles. That's another good one. If you have any suggestions out there for something that Alan needs to try while he's here this weekend, please let us know. Comment on the chat, shoot us a message, come up here, even bring the snacks up. We'll make sure he tries them out. You got Mal Patterson here in the TCS lane, going against Larry Rodenheiser in the Lordco lane. Mal driving that 68 Acadian, loves to wheel stand. So Mal going through the beams, 1039, 131 mile per hour. Larry Rodenheiser going 945 at 139. Let's bring up our next pair here. Giovanni Alberti in the S10 pickup, racing against Darren Kampf in the dragster over there. Yeah, Darren, where's your wing, man? We see the brackets there, but we don't see the wing. Giovanni having some tire spin issues for sure off the starting line there, and just kind of getting out of it and cruising down the track. Darren Kampf going through the beams, 13-13, 105 mile per hour. We got Jamie Roth in the right lane in the 64 Comet Super Shifter car, taking on Doug Mitchell in the 69 Chevy Nova. Mr. Mitchell going 008 red to Jamie's 017 to the green. Jamie Roth going through the beams first, 998, 134 mile an hour. Bringing up Jeff Nyland in the 85 Chevy S10 pickup. Sponsored by JK Speed Shop, Curtis Tire, and Scotty's Performance Cycle. Racing Veronica Hodgson in the 69 Dodge. Veronica, sponsored by Lordco Auto Parts. Jeff Nyland going 1156 at 116 to Veronica's 1197. Dennis Winton in the left lane here, back with the big wagon. Haven't seen that in a little bit. He was racing his other car there for the last couple events. Taking on Ross Walker in the 66 Chevy 2. Dennis Winton going 003 on the tree, going 1169. Ross Walker 1018 at 128 mile per hour. Mr. Jim Banky looking like he is ready to go, ready to take on the weekend, going 007, looking to get himself a Wally this weekend. Heading in the right direction. Goes 1017. Chris Stone goes 1008. And we got Kevin Garlock and taking on Jeff Lefevre in the right lane. The Camaro versus Camaro showdown. We got the 86 Camaro in the right lane, and I don't have the number up here on the screen, but I would say that looks like it's about a 70, 71 Camaro, 72. Kevin Garlock getting there first, going 903 at 146. Jeff going 1136 at 118. Bringing up Rob Monroe Sr. in the 31 Ford Model A. White Knuckle Racing. Taking on Scott Robinson in the 94 Beretta. Rob Monroe Sr., also known as Tall Guy around here. Ooh, car makes a move to the center off the launch there. Has to get out of it. Just kind of mosey on down track. Scott Robinson going 769 at 177 mile per hour. Unfortunately, I ain't got no data for this guy, so I am not sure who it is. Looks like Matt. I can kind of read it. What's the last name? Matt Dom. We got Mr. Matt Dom here in the lime green Plymouth with a little bit of flat black on it as well. Big old blower hanging out of the hood there. And Matt Dom going 891 at 148 mile per hour. Bringing up Emma Debris and Justin Bond. Emma Debris in the left lane here. Justin Bond in the right lane. Sorry there, I am back. Claudio Fisher in the right lane. And that little chaotic customs pickup truck, Haley Christensen in the left lane here. Claudio going 1083 at 122. Haley with a 1353 at 67 mile per hour. Jeff Bell in the right lane in the 76 Dodge Dart. And unfortunately, I do not have information for the left lane here, so I don't know his name. But we got the Dart taking on the Nova. Jeff, a little too excited, going 013 red. But getting to the finish line first, going 971 at 135. Bruce Flodine out of Abbotsford in the 93 Dakota. Here running in the stock super stock class this weekend. Bruce, a regular in the stock super stock racing world. Been around a long time. Well-known transmission guy. And Bruce going 1066 at 119. So I know it may be a little bit cold out there right now, but if you love ice cream as much as I do, go check out the Piston Parlor, as we call it, on our vendor row area right by the concession. And they got scoop ice cream down there, multiple different flavors. I think they have mint chocolate chip cookie dough, my personal favorite. And I know there is a third one. I don't know it. Forgive me. But maybe you just got to go over there and check it out. You can get yourself a waffle cone, 1 scoop, 2 scoop, 3 scoop, 4 scoop. Heck, you can buy the whole tub of ice cream if you really want to. It might melt before you can finish it, but we're not going to stop you from trying. As well, we got Dave's Barbecue over there. I think they got walking tacos going. They will also tomorrow have pulled pork walking tacos, smokies, a whole bunch of different stuff. We got event merchandise there. You can go to the event merchandise tent or the pro shop, pick yourself up a National Open shirt, sweater, or tank top. Not really tank top weather this weekend, but it will be this summer, so get yourself one now. So when it's nice and hot out, you can put on a tank top. And it's the perfect time to go buy a sweater because it is a little chilly. So we were going to have a licensing pass by Dale Peterson in the Pro Mod, but looks like he's had a little bit of an issue, so they're backing him out, which will bring in a couple of motorcycles here. We got Corey Craig going in the right lane in Black Lightning. And Darren Bowman in the left lane on the 2008 Kawasaki. Darren and Corey are regulars here, running in our motorcycle category. Corey definitely has been out for basically every event this year. Street Legals, weekends, you name it, he's racing. And Corey having a little bit of tire spin there off the start line. Having some issues. Darren getting down there. Darren going 913 at 156. Corey just kind of cruising on down the track. Hey, 24-24. Kind of weird how that worked out. Dwayne Stevens on the Hayabusa in the right lane. Best time in 9:40 it says on here, so I think he's trying to beat that. Oh, 9:44. Didn't quite get there, but still a very respectable time. 9:44, 150 mile per hour for Dwayne Stevens. Which is going to bring up some more cars here, I believe. So it sounds like we're going to do a track check and then have a Top Fuel Harley coming up here for a test pass. Well, there you go. I've got the information, people. Cookie dough, bubble gum, and French vanilla ice cream are the 3 flavors we have. We got French vanilla, chocolate chip cookie dough, and bubblegum flavored ice cream. Waffle cones, regular cones, cups. We'll scoop it in your hand if you really want. You tell us what you want and we can make it happen. Well, there we go. It's going to bring up Damien Cowden on the Top Fuel Harley for a test pass here. This is Damien's first time out this season. Sure, he is prepping for Door Wars event, 2 weeks here. We got a whole contingent of Top Fuel Harleys coming our way. Yeah, don't get on that bus yet over there. You're going to want to see this. Damien getting off of it just before the 8th mile. Rolling through the 8th mile, 433 at 144 mile per hour. Goes 786 through the quarter mile. Yeah, they are insane, to be honest. There's a lot of things in life that I would try and do, and I don't know if riding a Top Fuel Harley is one of them. I mean, I might be able to be convinced, but probably not going to happen. Well, it looks like we're going to have a little bit of track prep time here. They're just going to spray the track, so we'll have a couple minutes of downtime here while they do that, and then we will get back to racing shortly. We got the top alcohol cars coming back up at you here in about 29 minutes, 2 o'clock. We're going to run another session of test for top alcohol. Look at that. I spotted a nice brand new Northwest National Open sweater down there on the starting line. Looking good.
quick little touch up on the racetrack and right back at it. Pick up off the throttle a little early down there. Check out the speed between the two. We got an 877 on the truck, just over 100 miles an hour. An 831 on the Corvette at 163. Comes a Z28. Vintage 1978, so we got a 7828. That's Jan Christensen, Curtis Munson over on the right side. Team Valhalla. Set ready, and a red light for the green car and a green light for the gray car. The gray car looks like, well, it's going to be close down there. We can get the better of it a little bit. It's going to be a 1096 and 121 on the left side, 1098 on the right side. Pretty good little drag race. All we needed was 2 green lights. Lost pair down, comes up with a 980 for Kirk Labs on the left side. Sean Johnson over there on the right with a 988, 156 miles an hour. A couple of dragsters coming at you now. Tyler Gallagash on the left side and Emily Gerard in the right. Emily Shearson, Just Mechanical, and of course, Rad Torque. Tyler's car lurched in the beam. It's like when you push the button and push the gas, and the gas works and the button doesn't work. Like rats. 883, 171 for Emily, and Tyler going to back up and try it again. And my sincerest of apologies, but I'm going to have to leave Kevin with the microphone again.
Tyler Dalgleish on the second try, going 002 red, 888. Looking to run on that 890 Super Comp index number. So not too far off. Going to tweak her back a bit and see if you can get it right on the number. And we got ourselves a 001 red. So 002 red, now 001 red. I don't wish it upon anybody, but we do get the dreaded trip zip red every once in a while. Jay Sohara in the A Street Auto and Racing Creations 63 Chevy. Jace running on the 1090 index as well. Going 013, so breaking the streak. Jace going 1084 with a 3. Bringing up Giovanni again, that little S10 pickup. Gonna take another try at this. Hopefully a little less tire spin and a little more go-go. Giovanni going 907, 153 mile per hour. Which is bringing up the blue Malibu, purple Malibu, blue, purple, can't really tell. One of the two. Don't have info for him. That little purpley blue Malibu going 1072, 120. Bringing up Dennis Winton and Dave Shirk. Dennis driving the old wagon there. Dave Shirk in the S10 Blazer, Bubba's Speed Shop sticker on the side of it. Big shout out to Derek Shirk, who I'm sure is watching right now all the way from Germany. Hopefully going to have a speedy recovery out there, watching his brother here in the little S10 Blazer. Two red lights, 001 red for Dennis Winton, 013 red for Shirk. Dave going 1071, Dennis going 1172. Bringing up Kevin McCauley in the 83 Cutlass, taking on Bill Wells in the 79 Malibu. Bill Wells, 82 years old, still racing. Looking to take home another Wally this weekend. Bill going 1156 to Kevin Colley's 1166. Bringing up a pair of oh so cool Camaros here. Got Ed Howder in the right lane in the 15 Chevy Camaro. Stock, super stock car there. Taking on this 427 Camaro in the left lane here. Don't have information for it, but judging by the amount of Howe standing around it on the starting line, I would assume it is part of their family. I do quite like that car. It is real cool to look at. Real cool to watch go down the track too. Both of them hanging the wheels out there. Not sure what happened on that one, both with a pretty big red light, 097 red to a 178 red. But Howe going 906 at 146 to Ed Howder's 1027 at 132. Mike Render in the S10 pickup taking on the other S10 pickup. It's a battle of the S10 pickups. Mike Render going 1081. Other S10 pickup going 1191. Bringing back up Ron Fawcett in the 23T. Straight line race cars. Taking on Terry Langdon Davies in that 41 Willys. Hey, this guy's got himself a walking taco down here. And a Sean Cowie hoodie. He's styling right now. Best of both worlds, Sean Cowie hoodie and a walking taco. If you haven't had a walking taco yet, I highly recommend it. Go to the concession and get yourself one. They are delicious. Consists of Doritos, ground beef, a little bit of sour cream, some lettuce, some salsa, a few other things mixed in there. Just mix it all up in a Doritos bag and take it to go and eat it. And I believe they're only $10. So quite the deal if you ask me. Terry Langdon Davies going 816, 161. Ron Fawcett going 905 at 162. Got Sylvia Hoogston's back up in the 66 Mustang. And I don't have the information for the left lane here, and I feel terrible because I should remember his name. Mark Muscant, that's right. I should have known that. I thought that was it, but it's on the tip of my tongue. I just didn't want to say the wrong name. Mark going 1063, 130 mile an hour to Sylvia's 1212 at 110. First name Clarence. We got Clarence in the left lane. In the Plymouth, taking on Irene Cocatello in the 63 Nova. Irene was actually just up here in the tower not too long ago. Got to meet Alan Reinhardt. She was very excited about that. Kevin Garlock in the left lane taking on Andy Hatton. Garlock going 906, Andy Hatton 826. This will bring up Dennis Winton back up in the wagon again, taking on Cody Baker. Cody out of High River, Alberta, driving that 2006 dragster, 582 Chev, Top Gun Coatings, says Cookings, maybe Coatings, Cookings, I don't know, I'm not sure. High River Autoplex and Brad's Auto. At this point out there, we are going to close the lanes. We're going to close the lanes as we got alcohol testing coming up here. So If you haven't made your way down to the lanes yet, please don't come down, as we're going to close the lanes because we're going to do some top alcohol testing shortly here, and then we are going to be making our way into the juniors again after that. So juniors, we're going to put you on a standby, while top alcohol is also on standby. They're going to be making their way down shortly. We will run through what we got here in the lanes, and then we're going to be doing some top alcohol. So please do not come down to the lanes if you have not already. You'll get another chance shortly here, and we'll call you down. Cody Baker going 982 at a 76 mile an hour. So Cody having an issue, kind of just cruising on down track there. Dennis Winton going 1174. And Rory Moser out of Red Deer, Alberta in the 27 Ford Roadster. Well, it looks like we're going to take a couple seconds here. Just going to go check the track, make sure there's nothing going on there that shouldn't be. So while I got some quiet time here, I'll mention that again. Currently, the staging lanes are now closed for anybody, as we're going to do some top alcohol testing shortly here, and then we're going to run the juniors. Then we will open back up the staging lanes for everybody. So please do not make your way down. Staging lanes are currently closed right now. But you will get another chance. Do not fear. You'll get to make your way down and make some hits again shortly here. Back to our regular scheduled programming. We got Darren Bowman taking on Dwayne Stevens. Dwayne searching for that 930. This is the air to do it if he's going to do it. We got some real nice, cool air today. Good DA. Speaking of which, we got ourselves a new weather station. Exciting news. We've got a new weather station on property here. So on our Track Vision app, you can actually look at what the current weather is. which will show you what the actual weather is here at the facility right now, because we have a new weather station here at the facility. So what it tells me is that we are minus 129 feet DA right now. So we're 129 feet below sea level, which is making power. Temperature 15 degrees Celsius, a little bit of chilly out there, but. So Dwayne Stevens going 971, didn't get that 930. Darren Bowman with an 887, 155 mile an hour. Bringing up Corey Craig, gonna make another crack at it in the Black Lightning. Corey having a bit of a better pass this time than last one. Last one, he just had a little bit of spin there off the start line, but he's getting off the line good here. This time going 791, 169 mile an hour. Nice. Which will bring up Jan Christensen in the dragster in the right lane, taking on Jason Gibson in the left lane. Listen, Jan, if you can hear me, which you probably can't because you're in the dragster, but maybe your family can hear you or hear me for you. We got to get you to do a better job spelling on that tech card, Jan. It's a little hard to read your writing sometimes. So Jason Gibson in the 91 Mustang. Jan Christensen driving the dragster. Hey, Anna's right. We do love you, Jan, but every time your E's look like O's. Jason Gibson will double 02 to the green. Jan Christensen 058 crossing the beam, 770 at 126. Jason Gibson going 971 at 137. Ross Walker in the 66 Chevy taking on Darren Kampf. Darren driving that dragster that we're still wondering where the wing is, but we do like it. It's pretty cool. Top alcohol cars. If you're making a test pass, if you could start making your way down to the staging lanes, we'd greatly appreciate that. Top alcohol cars. We're going to be running you pretty shortly here if you're ready. Ross Walker going 047 to Darren's 227. Ross crossing the beams 1021, 128 mile an hour. Darren Kampf going 1319 at 105. Rob Monroe Sr. back up here in the white knuckle racing 31 Ford, taking on Veronica Hodgson in the 69 Dodge. Veronica married to our favorite Hot Rod Rob. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to report that we have a celebrity in the building. Mike Eames has entered the tower, and Dave Dohanek. We have two here. They will be doing an autograph signing session later this day.
I'd like to formally protest that you turned my table in the wrong direction.
Mike Eames has already had himself at least 3 poutines today.
No, I have not.
But he's excited. He's going to get one. Jeff Morgan taking on Jeff Nyland. Battle of the Jeffs driving the S10s. Jeff Morgan going 1036 to Jeff Nyland's 1172. Ehlers Motorsports out there tuning that little S10 pickup. Well, we're going to get to witness something that we've all seen many times, but is always slightly exciting every time. Chris Stone versus Jim Banky. Chris Stone driving the 68 Dodge. Mr. Jim Banky also driving the Cuda. The Dodge brothers. Jim, the giver of Timbits. If you ever see him, he usually has a box of Timbits with him. Yes, we like Jim. He brings us Timbits every time. He's a good man. And if you're American and you're here and you're going, what the heck is a Timbit? Also known as a donut hole, I think you call them. But they're across the street at Tim Hortons. Thus the name Timbits. And I recommend you go check them out. They're pretty good. Chris Stone going 1008, 005 on the tree. Jim Banky going 1013. Mal Patterson in the 68 Acadian. Taking on Rick McKinney in the Lordco lane. Mr. McKinney going 1040 at 125, and Mal Patterson going 1012 at 131. Steve Schaffer in the right lane driving the 69 Firebird. It says Firebird on my screen, but I'm smarter than that. I know it's a Firebird. It says it's a 69 Firebird. Let's all shame Anna for spelling Firebird wrong. Shame. Shame. Larry Rodenheiser in the left lane here. Steve Schaffer going 087 to the red. Larry 038 to the red. Battle of the red lights. Larry going 944. Steve going 1153. Hey, I'm going to make that call again. Alcohol cars. I see one of you made your way down. Alcohol cars, if you're going to make a hit here, we can get you to make your way down to the staging lanes, please. Juniors, you are on a standby still. Yeah, that's you guys back there at the staging lanes there that I see already made your way down. Standby, but that's okay. Juniors, you guys will run directly after the alcohol cars, so you can be prepped and ready to go. If you want, juniors, you can make your way down to the staging lanes as well now, too. We got a few cars, couple cars. Looks like 4 cars to run through here, and then we're going to be running some alcohol cars your way. I'm going to hand the mic back over to Alan. Sorry that you had to listen to me for the last 20 minutes. Terrible, I know.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really do appreciate it. I was upstairs. We've got a number of students out here that are in local school automotive program that are coming out to just kind of check out some of the things, some of the opportunities, and some of the things you can do if you really like cars and performance and get carried away with it, which is, well, basically what drag racing is all about. Really like cars and performance and get carried away with it. You know, it's like the old story. If a little's good, then a lot's better, and way too much, I'd just right. You know, farming doesn't stop, and neither should your equipment. At JBS Equipment, they build machines that move mountains, literally, and mountains of manure, feed, or anything else your operation demands. Custom built, Canadian made, and ready to work as hard as you do. From spreaders to silage wagons, if you can dream it, JBS can build it. And if they don't already build it, tell them what you need. Really appreciate Justin Bond and his company being very involved here with the drag strip. Remember, JBS Equipment, now here in Mission. The field is the limit. There's a lot to like about the little two-door wagon down there. Or I guess I should say the big two-door wagon. P stock automatic. I didn't realize that was a class car. That thing's got a 265-inch motor in it? Seriously? I mean, that's what it had to be in 56, right? They have a 283 then? I think it's a 265. That car's now even cooler than I thought it was before. I thought it was pretty cool before. 1348, 95 miles an hour. Comes Chris Ormsby in the Nova. Glad to see that Chris was able to get past whatever the issue was he had earlier. Hey, if you're going to have a problem on one run the weekend, then make it the first one. Get it out of the way. Like under your belt and over and done with. Still shutting off early down there, 11:21 at 84 miles an hour. Off the stop and kind of whoop, whoop, and then off the throttle. And then 1269. Is this the last one before it gets loud again? Hey, juniors, come on down. That's dragster and street. You're going to follow in behind the alcohol cars. Junior dragster, junior street. We'd like to cordially invite you into the staging lanes, please. Ruh-roh. Wah, 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 wah. Back up, reset, try it again. A malfunctioning transmission brake is no fun at all. None, nada. See if it works better this time.
Yeah, sorry, just one sec. Okay, go for it.
This is the difference between practice and for realsies. When it's practice, you get another swing at it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Man, that car was pushing left when he turned it loose and tried to ease it back into the middle. It wagged the tail a couple. Wow, off the throttle, on the throttle, and still running 855. Wait, breaking news. This just in. That thing's fast. Okay, that might not be breaking news, but $855 off the throttle for a minute. Okay, I think we're gonna roll Mitch around here next. I think. Yep, looks like. I got the thumbs up. I saw that. See, I can see around corners, through walls, through buildings. I actually invented something that you can see right through a brick wall with. It's called a window. It's amazing. Works like magic. All right, catch your breath. We're going to roll Mitch's car around the corner, and we're going to turn up the performance here a little bit. Sean Cowie's got low ET, but top speed is still out there. Still out there. Yeah, I mean, Sean went 257, but come on, really? 257? That's like pretending in an alcohol car. 519, though. That wasn't pretending. Believe it. Mitch will be rolling around the corner momentarily. A little nitro in the air. Next. Hey, gang, quick reminder. This is also not breaking news. You guys should all know this already. There's no speed limit on the racetrack. There is, however, a speed limit in the pit area. So let's back it down a little bit out there when you're rumbling around in the pits. Keep things under control. Go as fast as you want in between the walls. But when you're in the pits, keep it under control, please, and thank you. This has been a public service announcement brought to you by Lordco Auto Parts and JBS Equipment. Mitch Myers rolling around a corner getting plugged in. The next sound you hear should be the cackle of an injected nitro engine. Either that or I'm going to play Come On Eileen, one or the other. All righty, quick little touch up out there on the racetrack, and we're ready. Fire up, Mitch. Mitch Myers, who a few years ago won the championship and then did a mic drop, just disappeared. Great to see him making a decision to come back out and get involved again. And while he hadn't exactly picked up right where he left off after the championship moment, still got a very strong race car out there. 257 miles an hour, top speed so far today. For the moment. Mitch, IFA Hose Protection, that's his company. GTSE. Ruh-roh. Tried to snap it up on the tire and it didn't snap. Now the good thing about the injected nitro cars is that as a rule, just because you muff the burnout doesn't mean that the run is a throwaway. That happens in a top fuel car. Almost always you can just like scrap the run. But with the injected nitro cars, they have a much higher percentage of completion afterwards Again, for casual fans that may not be aware, these cars all utilize a throttle stop on the burnout, so when you hit the gas, it only opens literally a quarter of an inch, 3/8 of an inch, as all the butterflies open. And whether he didn't have enough water on the tires or it just didn't snap up on the tire. Well, when he hits the gas now, that baby's going to go wide open, and hopefully, the one concern might be that as chilly as it is today, there's just not a lot of heat in the tires. But hopefully it'll grab a hold and go. Well, that thing was creeping in the beams and then rattled a little bit, pushed over towards the wall. He pedaled it, then decided, nah, enough of that. 744, the end result. 121 miles an hour crossing the finish line. And hopefully that'll give them at least a little bit of usable data that they can go back and build on for the rest of the weekend. All right, looks like we got our juniors all back there, both junior street and junior dragster. Ready to rock. But we're not done with the real loud, real fast ones yet. Mike Quayle is going to be up next. And I do believe that's Chris Demke's car rolling around the corner, even though it's like in disguise. Chris was up here earlier. I didn't realize he had a new car. There you go. That's a little more better. I know that's bad English, but it's the truth. Trying to figure out what's hanging down under Mitch's car. Oh, that's a seatbelt. Never mind. That'll be fine. No, it's not the part of the seatbelt that's supposed to be plugged in. It's the part that, you know, when you pull to tighten after you blinked it, that's hanging out the bottom. Won't cause any problem at all. Wheelie bar check. Idle adjustment. Checking. Now check. After pulling out the air plug. All right, come on. Mike Quayle. Come on, Mike. Top speed's 257. And once again, rattling out there about 150 feet. Very, very aggressive early. If you're into hardcore numbers. 60 feet off the starting line is the first one of the timers. Past the Christmas tree out there, you see that orange block? That is 60 feet. From the time the car left the starting line to the 60-foot clock was 0.897. Anything less than 0.9 is pretty darn strong. Anything less than a second is not bad. But 0.897 is pretty aggressive down there early, and then just got into a little rattle out there. Hey, somebody give me a thumbs up. Is that a brand new car for Demke or just a new body? Brand new car? Kevin, is that a new car? New car? Is it a new car? Yes? Thank you. I said, is it a new car? He waved. So Chris Dempke, former world champion, Jerry Mattern's machine. A little bit of new pipe. Well, I mean, it's no Sean Cowie on the burnout, but that was okay. That was okay. Here's a fun little fact for you casual fans. These cars do not have any type of suspension. And the chassis actually takes that role. If you watch, when the cars leave the starting line, the way the chassis bows up, kind of bends, help transfer the weight and plant the tires. And over time, you literally just wear them out. It's like, you know, if you take a coat hanger and you bend it back and forth, pretty soon it'll break. Well, these things, you know, they don't bend nearly that far. But over time, by bending it just a little bit this way and a little bit that way, they just don't react the same. And every once in a while, you just got to replace the pipe. Now, was that half track? Was that the... Did that look like the half track shut off? I hope not. Because 257 miles an hour top speed, and I want somebody to go faster than that. 800 feet. 590 at 196. Not bad. Not bad. Looking at the early numbers, 8th mile, 3.5 seconds, just under 220 miles an hour. And being a brand new car, you got to believe they didn't have it on full tilt boogie out there. And just like that, our junior streeters are going to be rolling around the corner. Now, remember, everybody, attention in the pits, the plan of attack was to run until 4 o'clock. And we may go a little past that. Obviously, if we've got a bunch of cars loaded in the lanes at 4 o'clock, we'll go ahead and run them out. But I think a lot of the drivers have already made a number of test runs today. If you're still looking at making more, got about an hour and a half. And we intend to close out with a final opportunity for the alcohol cars. So I don't know if Sean's planning on coming back or if Brian's planning on coming back. But we'd be happy to have you. We'll get back into our junior street program.
I grabbed lunch on my break back at
10:59, 66 miles an hour to the 8th mile finish line for our junior streeters. Whoa, that's a big old burnout for junior street. Oh, yeah, Josh. Okay, I met him earlier today. Came up and said hi. And I do believe his mom was involved with our youth and education stuff today. Man, we had identical reaction times almost. 183 red to 183 green. Blazer goes 883, 62 miles an hour. Remember, that's down to the 8th. 1084 for the pickup. At 65 miles an hour, and we should be rolling our juniors around momentarily. Hey, big cars, once again, lanes are open if there's anybody who wants to come back and make another run or two this afternoon. Full tree in the little lanes and pro tree in the big lanes, and obviously super streeters. You guys have been coming up in bulk so we can give you the proper tree, and we certainly appreciate that. And we're going to roll through juniors one more time. Cadence Rodriguez. Alex Green now, part of the Green brothers. Over here on the left side. I've been keeping track of the Green brothers' reaction times, but that turned out to be, since Nate was the only one who was turning it green. And another red light comes up here for Alex. We got a 902.72 miles an hour comes up for Cadence on the Lordco side of the racetrack. And on the TCS side, 936.69 miles per hour. Pair of juniors bumping in, ready to go. Red light over here on the left side of the racetrack, 894. Down to the 8th mile stripe, 72 miles an hour, 1202, 52 miles an hour in the right lane. As we mix and match some of our Junior Lightning and Junior Thunder cars here on a test and tune day. About an 893. 73 miles an hour. On the TCS board, 12 flat at 52 miles an hour on the Lordco signpost. I think we got a couple more juniors back there. Should be rolling around the corner here. And our solo run, 1195, 52 miles an hour. Over in the right side. Jackson Cowie. Over on the right side, I think his dad didn't make that last run because they were busy servicing this car. That might not be completely true, but that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Now Jackson is literally like just getting by, just getting started. And he is a youngster, therefore has got a pretty strict speed limit on him out there. 9 flat, 70 miles an hour on the left side for Green. 1531, 38 miles an hour for Cowie. About a 007 reaction time. I believe that's the strongest we've seen in the junior ranks here so far today. We continue on with our testing and tuning. Team Johnson left side, Team JBS over in the right side. 794. Comes up for the Bond machines. We got another JBS car coming up over here now on the left side. 802 for Team Johnson. 883 miles an hour. Isabella on the right side. And I believe this is the first time that I've seen the car on the left side up here today. And I believe that's Nick, Justin's kid. Nick, who's out here trying to prove the theory that we've believed for years and years and years that the drag racing gene in the Bond family skips a generation. I'm sorry, was that out loud? Love you, Dustin. Well, you know, it has been known to happen before. Look at the Gaynor family. Love you, Tommy. Isabel a little quick on the lead. Nick at least waited for the green. 796 out of 97 on the scoreboard, so they got the car pretty close to where they want it. 82 miles an hour. 820 to 81 miles an hour for Isabella. And here comes another one of the JBS cars. .028 and an 810. 79 miles an hour on the left. 792 for the Bond machine. Coupled together with a 81 mile an hour, almost 82 mile an hour top speed. And looks like this will be our last junior car in this rotation. And then we'll see what's up on the What Do You Got For Me Next file. .83 miles an hour. A little bit quick on the index down there. The Less-In Blazer, kind of cool little hot rod. 1077 at 122 miles an hour. It looks like our hot rod stretched out scooter going to try it one more time. The CBR 1100 XX. That is way overpowered. And they're trying to get calmed down and get a handle on the racetrack with. Try that again. That's got the tire warmed up. Now let's see if they can get it to grab a bite here on the starting line. If this thing hooks up the first 50 feet, I think this is going to be pretty impressive. It's that first 50 feet that's been the problem. Now, once again, broke traction the first 50 feet. And he legged it out through the 8th mile. And then shut her down. Even after all that tire spin, we're still going over 130 miles an hour in the 8th. And then he shut it down after that. Another pair of scooters coming at you. And then back into the full-bodied machines. Side for Darren Moffitt. Dwayne Stevens, 944. And we got a couple of our super streeters coming up to take a swing at it. Curtis Munson left side, Jan Christensen right. Kurt Lavs on the right side. In that topless Camaro. Dragster out of Washington State. That's Emmett. Camaro out of Mission, BC. That's Kurt. Obviously the Super Gasser against the Super Comper, and the Gasser's out of the Gasser. 1105 at 102. 8888 at 174 miles an hour for Emmett. Oh, we had another motorcycle hiding back there? All righty then. I believe that's Daryl Storzik. I believe, pretty sure, kind of sure. Have a good feeling about this. Man, that thing is pushing hard towards the wall, and he is leaning hard, trying to get it back that way. Apparently, his leaning worked harder than the pushing. 862 at 149 miles an hour. Brings up Irene Kokatalia in that classic 63. And the patinaed, what year is that? Somewhere around 1970. I bet I'm within 2 years. Short bed Chevy truck. Cootie's Customs. That's with custom with a K. .1087 on the left side. 125 miles an hour, 1196 for the pickup. At 109. Here comes that stupid fast shoebox. I mean, that thing is ridiculous. And the Mustang that he claims has a 289 in it. Ain't buying it. Ain't buying it. But I'm going to find out. I'm going to send a spy. Somebody go dig up information. If you're betting first to finish line, take the shoebox. Trust me on this. I wouldn't steer you wrong. Oh, look at this. That thing shook so hard, stuff's falling off of it. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. We got to go pick all the stuff up off the racetrack before we send the next pair. What the heck is that out there? Looks like a Starbucks cup. If it shook hard enough to shake that thing out of the cup holder, then that's pretty darn hard. No, it's not a Starbucks. It's Cinderella's shoe. No, that's not it. Well, it's a brand new car. You know, sometimes you got to shake the bugs out of it. Literally. Sometimes you shake the taillight lenses off of it. If you need one, I bet they got one of those over at Lordco, across the street. Almost positive. All right, we have the Debris picked up off the racetrack. Thank you. Come again. Terry Hootstons goes 1204 to 110 in the blue Chevy 2. The Nova goes 1182 at 114. Well, here comes the Mrs. Hootskins and the little Mustang. They almost got to race each other again. Almost. Kevin McCauley screwed that all up. Way to go, Kevin. Something right in the middle of this. Way to go, Kevin. 1168, 112 miles an hour for Kevin. Sylvie goes 1204 to 110. We got Ross Walker coming up in the left side. Jamie Roth on the right. 64 Comet with a 347. Let's see, that 64 Comet probably had a 260 if it had a V8, right? I mean, probably had a 6-cylinder, but 347 strokers, so it's got like 2.5 times, 3 times more horsepower than it had back in the Win. I don't know, 16 for Ross, leaning on the Christmas tree and getting closer and closer to perfect. 1019, 128 comes up for Ross. 1005, 130 comes up for Jamie. And now it's Kim Cornish in the 77 Mustang. Kim, I love your car, but it really needs to have that bumper on the back of it. It just kind of looks like something's missing, right? The Falcon over on the right side. Also the Hot Rod small block. Down the strike with 1103 at 120 miles an hour. 1193 at 110 miles an hour. For the Mustang 2. What? No. No, normal points had a, it's a super fighter. That's a super poster. Kevin Garlock in the Camaro. I saw this thing earlier. I thought, wow, that's a cool car. Then I saw it go down a racetrack and went, wow, that's a fast car. Ron Fawcett over on the right side. Slightly altered. How many guys had the Camaro outrunning the altered? How many? 902. 147 miles an hour. Way to go, Kevin. Told you that thing was fast. What do you think? I'm making this stuff up? 1122 at 83 miles an hour for the altered off the throttle early. Now I'll bring up the 34 Street Roadster. I wonder where the hood went. Those things like almost always have hoods, don't they? And the early 70s. Wow, look at Chevelle standing up on the starting line. I got no information on it other than it stands up on the starting line. Cars that do wheelies are cool. Cars that do wheelies superior to cars that don't do wheelies. Simple as that. Simple. 904, 146 in the left. 1024, 128 in the right. Oh, there's a car that does wheelies. See, cars that do wheelies better than cars that don't. Alan Peters. Make that Patterson start standing the thing up. Jeff Bell over on the right side. I don't care about red lights because today's just test and tune practice. Just, you know, it's like, yeah, you know, if you hit a pop-up in batting practice, yeah, so what? Doesn't count. Not going on your record. Nobody will ever know. 1003 at 132 for the Acadian. 964, 137 for the Dart. Here comes Claudio Fisher, the Gen 3 Camaro. Claudio going across the finish line. 10.75 seconds at 122 miles an hour. 10.904. Puts it right on the Super Street Index over there. 123.5 to speed. Here comes the Mustang. Steve Watkins. Ah, we finally found out who Steve Watkins is. He's that guy. 18 model GT 5.0. And that is one big old wagon. The roof of that wagon, if you just put a little indentation here, 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 and here, you could play snooker on that. You need to have a pretty long queue, but you could do it. You could do it. Wow, the wagon's going to outrun the Mustang? How about the wagon outrunning the Mustang? 1170, 112 miles an hour. 1201 for the pony, 117. And now we have the battle for pickup supremacy. My truck's faster than your truck. Nuh-uh. Yeah-huh. All right, who's got the more better pickup? The Pro Stock style pickup or the pickup style pickup? Okay, that's hardly fair. The pickup in the right lane is a real pickup. Pickup in the left lane is a carbon copy. 892 at 100 miles an hour. Is he going to run that thing in super top end throttle stopping it? That would be interesting to watch. The real pickup goes 1196 at 110 miles an hour. Comes Giovanni Alberti in his S10. And Darren Temp, for Darren, it's like he just begs a question, right? What happened to the wing? I understand he's using the struts for radiator support, but what happened to the wing? You didn't leave that thing in a bad neighborhood for a few minutes and somebody took it, did you? Are there any bad neighborhoods in Canada? I wouldn't have thought so. I wonder if the guy that stole the wing stole the horsepower too. That wasn't very nice. I mean, stealing the guy's wing is bad enough. 954 for the truck, 131 miles an hour. Dragster was 1313. Wow, 1313 on Friday the 13th. I hope he doesn't drive that thing under a ladder or cross paths with a black cat or anything like that. Is Friday the 13th bad luck up here too? Okay, see, I never know what carries over from border to border. What do they call people that are afraid of Friday the 13th? James Cowie left. Justin Bond has a dragster? Live and learn. I did not know that. I guess it shouldn't surprise me. He's got like every other toy known to man. How about they both have 009 reaction times? How about that? How about that? How about that? 702, 186 for Justin. Wow. Wow. I mean, was I seeing things? Single 4-barrel big block with no power adder? I thought that's what I saw. 715, 186. What do they call somebody that's afraid of Friday the 13th? There's a name for that, right? Isn't fear of Friday the 13th like triskaidekaphobia? I think it is. Triskaidekaphobia, I think. Either that or that's fear of tree squirrels. Maple syrup. I don't remember. Oh, how about the two classic Dodgers? 69 Dart, 69 CUDA. Yes, please. Okay, 68 Dart, 68 CUDA. I was close. 1001, 132. To a 1007. What? Great drag race. Oh, triskaidekaphobia is just a fear of 13. Okay. Say that. Spell that for me. I want to be there the day that you use that in Scrabble. Look, say that again. Say it one more time. What is it? Paraskevadekatriophobia. That should be fear of big words. Yes, triskaidekaphobia is fear of the 13th. I didn't have the Friday part. Wait, I'm going to see if the Google Monster, if this works right. I love the Google Monster. 832, 161 miles an hour on the Lordco side of the racetrack, TCS side, 1060 at 130. What's the term for fear of Friday the 13th? Oh, come on. My phone was supposed to say it and it didn't say it. Oh, wait. It's also sometimes referred to as frigatiskadekaphobia. Yeah. Frigatiskadekaphobia. I'm telling you that. You put that on a Scrabble board when I'm sitting there, somebody's getting hurt. Bad. $10,932 miles an hour on the left side. 902. 147 on the right. See, and you thought you were just going to come watch drag racing. You just learned 2 new words today. Hang around after I've had a couple of beers, you'll learn a lot of new words. Okay, here comes Normal Point. Dear Norm, not quite as big a wheel stand as last time, please. Because last time was too big. And the P-Stock automatic. Norm, I love your car, but I got to tell you, if somebody asked me which one of those two is cooler, you're coming in second. Well, that was about the same size wheel stand, but at least this time it went straight. Straight. Vastly superior to not straight when you're drag racing a wheel standing super stocker. 945, 136 for Norman again. I'm just glad to see his car's not broke because he scared me last time. It takes a lot to scare me. I'm not scared of nothing except spiders, running out of beer, red lights in the mirror, you know, just the basics. Things most people are scared of. Here comes the 8th Street Automotive Machine. These guys both went to the same wing store, didn't they? Just Dale over on the right side. 500-inch big block under the hood. That's a cool car, but they both went to the spoiler store. I think that's Canadian. It's in Saskatchewan. Getting into the Super Street portion of the program. Let's see which one of these guys is better on the 1090. Click bang. 10908. Thank you, sir. I give you an A1. 1088 for Jeff. 146 miles an hour. Oh, we got the shoeboxes lined up side by side. This is cool. Cool, 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 cool. If you are a Tri-5er, do you like the 55 or the 57? You know what's funny is like the 56 is the least favorite of the Tri-5s. I'm not saying that anybody hates them. I'm just saying if you ask anybody, what's your favorite? You get like 40% 55, 40% 57, and 3% 56, and then 17% go what? And never mind. Go back to your iPhone. The 57 has power windows. Okay. 1085, 150 miles an hour for the 55. That's Troy Hopkins. Jay Schmidt, power windows and all of 1087, 147. The only time power windows really come in handy is when it's a hot day and you're already strapped in and you have to roll up the passenger window because it's tough to reach those things from the driver's seat. Chris Ormsby, left. Brad Vinci, right. 68 Chevy, 69 Chevy. Hey, alcohol cars. If you're going to make another run, you're about 45 minutes away. 45 minutes. Vinci off the throttle down there. Not holding it all the way down, if you know what I'm saying. Neither did Chris Ormsby. 1080 at 92 miles an hour. Dean Peterson now on the left side. Sean Johnson in the right. My topless roadster is better than your topless roadster. The Boss Hoss. 600 cubic inch Ford. That's like a GT 10.0. Yeah, I got the 10 liter in it. So I didn't know they made a 10 liter. Yeah, it's a 5 liter 60 over with a stroker crank. You can get there. You just got to move the pan rails about a foot. 983 at 157 comes up for Sean. Dean goes 987 to 100 or 987 to 165. Yeah, there you go. I was going the right direction. I was just looking at the wrong line. Steve Campbell in the white Corvette, vintage. No, that's not Steve Campbell. Well, it's darn sure not a Suzuki. Does Suzuki make a Corvette now? Nobody told me. I'm sorry again. Since we're doing a test and tune day today, we're kind of doing a hodgepodge mix and match of the database. So don't take me too seriously. Matter of fact, take me even less seriously than you normally do. Emily Gerard. In the right side, that's the Rad torque machine. Well, neither driver's going to get in the Reaction Time Hall of Fame. And that's okay on a practice day. 891, 171. Car's happy. We'll get Emily happy and everybody be happy. Steve Campbell. 982 and 158. We'll try Corvette versus Dragster one more time since the last one was so much fun. This Corvette has got a little bit more graphic impact, I would say, than the last one. Actually, the guy who designed the paint job on that thing, and I'm not being negative. I'm just saying it looks like a guy who couldn't make up his mind. What are you going to do? Well, we want to do a splash. Okay, we want to do some stripes. Okay. We want to do some fade. Okay. Anything else? It's like, no, that should be enough. Tyler Daggett over on the right side. As they head that way. 889. There you go. We'll put you in the neighborhood. 998 for the Corvette. That's not too far off. Brings up Jace O'Hara. A Street Auto and Racing. And Kurt Munson. D6 champ. That's the Valhalla machine. Also known as the green car. $1063, $131 for Team Munson. $1093, $127 for Team O'Hara. Now we got Rory. Nobody wanted to play with Rory, so he's got to go by himself. Aww. '27T Ford says 427 rare. I bet that's a small block. I don't know that for a fact, but I've had to make a wager. That would be the way I wagered. 978, 149 miles an hour for the Red Deer Runner. $1073 at 121. Ford de Chevelle. Hey, listen up, guys. Just a quick heads up. Tomorrow, we're going to start a little earlier. Cars on track at 8:30 a.m., 8:30. And we're going to start with juniors again. Junior Street, Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning. And then just after 9, we're going to go through our ET brackets. Pro ET, Sportsman, Super Pro, Motorcycle. Then Hot Rod, Top Comp. The Stock, Super Stock Combo. Super Street, Gas, and Comp. And we'll re-rack them and start over again. So that is the run order tomorrow. It's Cody Baker. Jan Christensen go blasting down there. 782 for Cody, 783. Wow, Christian hadn't turned that baby red by a thou. That would have been a good race. Would have been. And here comes the Pro / Hot Rod Yellow. I don't even know what that is. It's like a 49 something, 47 something. I know what the other one is. That's a B stock automatic 1970 Roadrunner. Meep, meep. $1030, 126 for the B body. $1391 for the whatever body. A little slow down there on the other end of the racetrack. The big yellow car, but it continues motoring on down there. Here comes Veronica Hodgson and John Basinski. Veronica, believe it or not, has got a bigger motor in her Dodge, a 69 model Dart. Uh-oh. Basinski smashed the gas and that thing kind of coughed and sputtered, and now it's just kind of idling. Okay, now it's doing more than idling, but not a lot more than idling. 1188, 109 miles an hour for Veronica. 17 seconds. For Basinski, his car's supposed to do wheelies. Not, well, that. Bruce Liddy in the truck. Al Mantle. In the Pacer. A lot of glass. A lot of glass in the Pacer out there. Pickup goes through 1067 and 119. Pacer goes through 1422. Now remember that Pacer's got a 6-cylinder in it. That is a stock Eliminator car. It has the stock engine that it left the factory with. No kidding. No kidding. That might be the quietest pair all day. A couple of cars with mufflers on them. 1035, 127 on the Chevelle. 10, 900, 109 on the Vega. One moment, please. Okay, now you can go. All right, listen up in the pits. Attention to the pits. Juniors, and that's Junior Street and Junior Dragsters. This is going to be your final opportunity. We're slated to run until 4 o'clock. We're obviously going to run out whatever's in the lanes after that, but since you guys were running in session, come on down. If you would like one more crack at it today, Junior Street, Junior Dragster, final opportunity today. Come on down. Jeff Morgan, 1063 at 130 miles an hour. Jeff Morgan out of Maple Ridge, BC. I used to race with a guy named Jeff Morgan, but he was not out of Maple Ridge, BC. I'm guessing it wasn't the same guy. 1131, 118 miles an hour. Comes up for Jeff LaFarve. Did I get it right that time? Jeff in the right lane. Jeff LaFarve. Terry Langdon in the 41 Willys. That thing's cool. And the dragster over here on the left side. Full Trina this week. 821, 160 miles an hour for Terry. 968, 120 miles an hour for the long car. Here comes Gio Alperti, Giovanni in the S10. And the wagonette was a late arrival today and has not yet been entered into the system, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Wow, the pickup actually turned the tire a little bit down there that time. $11.69, 113 miles an hour. Giovanni. 15.53. Off the throttle, obviously, just 64 miles an hour. When you're 62 at the eighth, 64 at the thou, 64 at the quarter, I'm reasonably certain you didn't have it floored to the finish line. The S10 a little early on the lead. Mike Render also on the S10. How about the S10 Blazer a little early on the lead? The S10 pickup not early on the lead. 1085 left, 1081 right. We get back into the two-wheelers. Once again, Junior Street, Junior Dragster. It's going to be your final opportunity. We'll run you guys one more time. And go ahead and head this way. Corey Craig left, Wayne Stevens right. Corey's bike really hustling down there. 786, 170 miles an hour. I told you, really hustling down there. 944, 151. Comes up for Dwayne. Comes Steve Abbassini trying it again. If at first you don't succeed, try again. Darren Bauman over on the right side. You can see that Steve has got his spot picked. Now let's see if they can get that thing to make the initial move. There we go. And once again, it did not run all the way to the finish line. It ran much better off the starting line. But Darren went blowing by him down there, 895, 155 miles an hour. Awesome. Looks like our juniors are all rolling back in there. Appreciate you guys, gals, being ready to go and coming up when called. By the way, due to circumstances beyond our control, Mike Eames actually showed up. We tried to have him stopped at the border, but I think he used a fake ID. You what? Ah, okay. That works, huh? Tried to pull off the old "don't you know who I am" routine. Deceptive packaging. Hey, one of those cute little things turned out to be me. I'm just saying. A lot of ways you can go wrong. I really got to find out more about that Falcon. I mean, it ain't the fastest thing out there, but that is a cool hot rod. That Camaro's a real hot rod, 905, 147 miles an hour. The Falcon goes down there 1092 at 121. That'll bring up Dylan Howe. Dylan, who was second in the world last year, the entire world, the whole world, in the top dragster category. Working for the folks at Cascade, Oregon Motor Coach, the slightly altered machine of Ron Fawcett. Over in the right side. It looks like my juniors. I love the juniors. I mean, you just like, by the time you get the word dragster out, they are all loaded up and headed this way. almost in. 651, shut it off at 158 miles an hour. How about Dylan's car? 988 to 60 feet. I love that thing. 1085, 85 miles an hour. For Ron Fawcett, I believe, shut that thing off early. Now, this is Alf Weeb. This might be the coolest car here. It might be the rarest car here. It's a 70 Buick GS with a 455 and a clutch and a vinyl top. You actually get an extra point for the vinyl top. Man, he dumped the clutch in that thing. Hung it right and then really never did come back and center up. All right, listen up in the alcohol pits. Attention in the pits. Alcohol cars, if you want to make the final run of the day, come on down. Alcohol cars, I need you to head this way, please. Daryl Storzik, going to be on a motorcycle solo here momentarily. John Brzezinski coming back again in that small block CUDA. Stalker machine and the Cootsie's custom pickup. Over on the right side. Wheel standing small block E-bodies are just cool. Because those are certainly not flyweight cars. 1081 119 comes up for John. Pickup goes 1231 at 105. That's a little better for the Camaro. Last time up, remember, it was kind of wagging the tail and dancing around. This time it goes a whole lot straighter. It goes 831, a little bit quicker, 161 miles an hour, a little bit faster. 894 over on the right side. 145 MPHs. And does that mean the juniors are rolling around next? Maybe not. Hey, listen up in the pits. Staging lanes are going to close in just a couple of minutes, and we're going to run out what's here and whatever alcohol cars want to make the last session. Attention in the pits. Staging lanes will close here in just a few minutes. If you want to get one last hit in, now would be your time to hustle this way without exceeding the speed limit in the pits. Because if you exceed the speed limit in the pits, then you'll get yelled at, then I'll get yelled at, and everybody gets yelled at. I want to race the bucket truck. Unless it's got an automatic in it, because that's an unfair advantage. We should have the bucket truck showdown. Now, I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, but hear me out. You hit the gas, the bucket truck leaves the starting line. Now, you know it's going to take a while for it to get down there, right? So what you need is a guy in the bucket operating the controls to extend the bucket out, swing it around forward, and stick it down in front of the truck, and you could get there, like, 25 feet sooner. I wouldn't mind being the guy driving the truck, but I wouldn't want to be the guy in the bucket. Here comes Emily Gerard for the folks at Rad Torque, another proud Canadian company. Big supporter of the racetrack here. 14 on the tree is solid. 891 on the track ain't too bad. Ain't too bad. And just like that, we're back into our junior streeters. Starting with probably the most serious of our junior streeters as far as elapsed time is concerned. The mean little black S10 Blazer. Once again, gang, staging lane's going to close here in just a few minutes. If you wanted to get one last hit in, now would be the time. And alcohol cars, come on down. You're going to close out the day.
He's doing pretty well.
.842, 83 miles an hour for the Blazer. Nice little hit down there for Josh. Nathan Lloyd, 1062 at 68 miles an hour, and looks like we got the mops out over on the right side. Final hit of the day for the juniors. Dallas Jackson left, Candace Rodriguez right. All right, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. No more cars to staging. Staging lanes are closed. No more cars to staging. We'll run out what's there and call it a day. I'll call cars and close things out. 893, 73 miles an hour for Candace. Dallas goes 1207 to 51 miles an hour. Ashton Kennetic and Alex Green. Alex, if I'm not mistaken, Alex is still looking for his first green light of the day. He's been consistent, but he's been a little bit on the quick side. That time you saw the right color. Interestingly enough, though, this time Ashton a little bit quick on the trigger. And down to the 8th mile stripe, 893, 72 miles an hour for Ashton. Alex goes 908 at 70 mphs. And it looks like Jackson Cowie coming back to try it again. Pearson Mann's over on the right side. Jackson, whose dad still has low ET and top speed of the day. I really thought that when he clicked her off early and only went 257 miles an hour, somebody else might come steal that top speed from him, but nobody yet. And off they go. $12.23, 51 miles an hour comes up for Pearson. $14.83 for Jackson. 42 miles per. Comes Grayson Moss. Come on, Taylor, dragging the safety chain? Really? Dragging the safety chain? Adam Cantic rolling up here on the left side, and April Bond. I guess I didn't realize that Justin Bond is busier at the racetrack when he's here than he is when he's out running on the Pro Mod Tour. He's got himself a fleet of these little cars. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. I have a racer in need. If you have a Holly 850 or 950 carburetor spare, I have a racer in need. I have a 930 in my shop. Custom Da Vinci thing. But it would take me a while to walk home and get it. If you have an 850 or 950 Holly carburetor, how do they find you, or where are you, or are you just going to hang out up here until somebody shows up and goes, I got a carburetor? You'll just wait? Okay. If you have one, please come up in the tower. You'll be glad you did. I'm guessing it's not you that needs it, right? Oh, it is you? Okay. Oh, okay. Well, I have a young lady up here in the tower that wants to borrow a carburetor. Or, you know, buy one or appropriate it or whatever. I know somebody out there's got one. Another one of the JBS cars rolling up now. And then we're going to empty out the lanes and call it a night. I wish the alcohol cars were rolling this way by now. Getting closer to happy hour. There's nothing makes me more unhappy than being late for happy hour. Off and away on the green, 794. At 82 miles an hour. Here comes McKenna Thompson. And what I do believe is the last of the JBS cars, at least the little cars. About 7908. Yes, please. 790 to the floor of the category. Nailed it. Hunter Glott. And Adalia Duda. Adalia's car's got some color in it, doesn't it? I think it has almost every color in it. $812 comes up. For Dallin. Hunter gets an 880. Hey, one more time while it's quiet, just so everybody knows. Tomorrow morning, 8:30. 8:30 is the first burnout. We're going to start off with Junior Street, followed by Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning. Obviously, it'll run in class since we're qualifying tomorrow. Well, Hot Lap Junior Street around for a second one then. Do a quick little touch up on the starting line. Pro ET, Sportsman Super Pro and Motorcycle. And then we're going to Hot Rod, Top Comp. Our stock, super stock combo. Dot 90, dot 90, dot 90, and then we'll start again. Alcohol cars will have 3 runs to qualify tomorrow. Kurt Lance. And a little topless roadster. He saw that thing lurching the beams, and then he ends up going red by a hundo. Lurching, not good. Yeah, looks like I got our alcohol cars rolling back in here, so that'll be the way we'll close out the day. 10:05 for Kurt, 149. Just Dale. The Dart, Tony Hopkins, the not a Dart. We got our super streeters out there. They get to run together, of course, because they have a unique Christmas tree. Both drivers left perfect on the wrong tree. Oh no, both drivers left before the last amber on the wrong tree. And then 1089 to a 1090. If those 2 cars want to come back and have that run again so you get a reaction time, come on back. That one was on me. I distracted our computer goddess and she didn't get the tree switch, so it's my fault. You can yell at me for it. It's okay, I can take it. $10.91 comes up for John. Curtis goes $10.94. Say, John, make that Jan. Here comes the Preston Chevrolet machine one more time. One more time. Need to get that window up in the left lane if we could, pretty please. Thank you. Bubba's Hot Rod Shop. A little S10 Blazer over there on the right side. You guys got a few of those hot rods out here that are pretty cool. And they're off. $10.18, 129 comes up for Ross. See how much faster that thing is with the window up? $10.78 for the S10. 121. Here comes Sylvia's Mustang. I really like that thing. 66. Baby blue. Street legal. And the S10 over on the right side. 007 red on one side, 009 green on the other. 1206 for the Mustang. 1189 for the pickup. And just like that, Jeff Morgan rolls in with his pickup. Taking on the P stock automatic. Anybody who races a 56 Chevy two-door wagon with a 265 in it is all right with me. The good news is you're not going to have to deal with a dirty tree very often. Like almost never. $10.15 for the truck, $13.52 for the wagon. All righty, looks like we're down to our last couple here in the staging lanes, and then we're going to run the alcohol cars. Then we're going to call it a night. Oh, welcome, Kim Parker. I wonder if they brought both of them. I hope they did. Darren Camp rolling in the dragster, a little 350 Chevy sitting behind his head. And the little blue Boo saw his wife go down the racetrack just moments ago. And then we'll see if somebody can go faster than 257 miles an hour. One can hope. $12.19.99 miles an hour comes up for the dragster. $10.59 for the Boo. Brings up Alf Weeb. 45, 4-speed. Buick GS with a vinyl top. You get an extra point for the vinyl top. Unfortunately, they're pulling a little Mustang 2 out of the water box. 10.53 for Alf. 128. Well, I hate that we don't get to see the Mustang make another run. I think we had some sneaky sneakers sneak in after we closed the lanes. Pretty sure of it. Normal point on the left side. That's that Haug kid over on the right side. 427 Copo for Dylan. And Norm, who's had a 500 batting average today, at least on the 2 runs that I saw. I love wheel stands. Doesn't it look like it'd be fun to drive those things? 9:02 comes up for Dylan. 946 comes up for Norm. Norm. I don't know if anybody out here is a Cheers fan or not, but after George passed away, a couple weeks ago now? Somebody posted a compilation of every single time he walked into Cheers. It's like about an 18-minute clip or something, but brought back memories. Irene Cocatello pulling up on the solo. And I believe we've got 2 dragsters coming behind her. And then Damien. And then the alcohol cars. And the 2 super streeters that got the wrong tree, if you guys want to come back, come on back. We need to get back in a hurry, though. Please, please, please. We had the 2 super street cars that got the full countdown instead of the correct tree. How do you like your dragsters? Big block behind you or small block in front of you? I can tell you which one was readier. Is that a word, readier? 718, 184 miles an hour. Comes up for Cody. Shaylin not quite ready when the tree flashed, 926 at 141. Looks like we're doing a little maintenance. I believe Damien's Nitro Harley is back there, and we've got, well, if not everybody, most of the alcohol cars coming back up for the last one. 8:30 tomorrow. Junior Street is out first, followed by Junior Dragsters. They will be followed by the ET cars, and then we'll go into the class machines. Plan accordingly. Hey, once again, while it's quiet out there, on behalf of everybody here with the racetrack, just want to say a big thank you to all the competitors, especially those of you that came up across the border to come up and support the event. Great to have the alcohol cars back up here in competition for the first time in a while. And great to have everybody coming up here and supporting the National Open. And who knows? The possibility of a full tilt divisional or regional in the upcoming years is certainly on the table. I know the event was rolling along pretty good before the COVID shut down, and that kind of threw a wrench into everything, especially the border crossings. But great to see all the participation, and for everybody that made the effort to come up here and be a part of this. On behalf of the racetrack, thank you for doing so. You got to support your local racetracks. Okay, did I imagine it, or did that thing just start on alcohol and then go silent? Here's an interesting little fun fact, at least I think it's interesting and fun. The injected nitro cars have to fire up on alcohol, whereas a top fuel car actually fires up on regular old gasoline. True story. There's on alcohol currently. Listen for the engine change when they start putting the yellow juice in it. A little bit rowdier sound when it starts running on the nitro. Mitch Myers. There we go. Didn't quite get the burnout last time. Remember, he hit the throttle and the car kind of laid over momentarily and stuck the tire. See, the mop's coming out a little bit after the burnout. As long as it's fuel, it won't be an issue. A little touch of the mop and it'll evaporate fairly quickly. Now, as the motor's idling along there with no load on it, you can hear how it sounds fairly docile, but you'll be able to tell when Mitch takes his foot off the clutch, puts a little load on it. Kind of like dropping an automatic in drive. Listen to the difference in the engine tone between the first and second yellow bulb. There. And there. Cylinder out about 400 feet, but he legs it on down 565, 254 miles an hour. So Cowie's still with low ET and top speed. I think Mitch fairly certainly would have had the top speed if it hadn't put that cylinder out down there. But that'll definitely give them some numbers and some information that they can work with for tomorrow. Tomorrow, by the way, alcohol cars. Same schedule as today, only we're going to try to stay a little bit closer to the times. Noon, 2. And then the third session will probably be a little closer to 4:30, which, what a coincidence, is where we are now. Bring up Mike Quayle. Mike, the only one that's taken advantage of all 3 of our practice sessions here today. See if Mike can have a little bit better fortune with this one than he had in the past. Car's been very aggressive on the early part of the racetrack, but then it's been getting into shake out there between about 100 and 200 feet. Brooks Brown down there making the calls on this thing is a guy that's been around this game since he was a kid. All right, Mike. Get that thing through the old shake zone out there. Almost exactly what it's done the first couple of runs. Very, very aggressive early. They actually calmed her down just a little bit that time, but still couldn't get through the old trouble spot out there. And try to manipulate the power level as well as the application. As the clutch starts rolling in, it builds a little bit of momentum, and if you just don't have the power and the traction perfectly matched up, you get into the shaky, shaky, shaky. Get the all clear down to the other end of the racetrack, and here comes the champ.
See you in the morning, sir. I'm going to run down and catch this live.
Whole lot of Brad Anderson alcohol burning goodness out there right now. For Sean Cowie, who lives literally just down the street. Not quite close enough that he could drive this thing home, but I think he could probably take the pit scooter and make it there. Working for the folks at West Can and Core. Of course, Monday's Towing and Recovery, his family business. So many years, Sean has been waiting to come to his home track with a number 1 on the wing. And this year, he finally gets to do it. How about 513 at 280 miles an hour? Now, on a test and tune day, it doesn't count as like official, but I believe that's the 3rd quickest. It is definitely in the top 5 quickest alcohol runs ever. 226 miles an hour at the 8th for an alcohol car. That is getting it. They're discussing up here whether or not that would be a track record. And since I've never been here before, I'm going to let them discuss that and figure it out. It does not count as an official record simply because it happened in practice. But it would count as a track record because it certainly happened at this racetrack. And for those of you that are wondering why it wouldn't count as that, and I know most of the hardcores know this, it's kind of like hitting if you hit a home run in batting practice. That's exactly what I mean. You proved to everybody you could did it. You absolutely did it. But, you know, how many home runs did Hank Aaron hit in batting practice? Doesn't matter because it only counts when it's in a real game. But the quickest official run of an alcohol car is 5.12 seconds. And Cowie just went 5.13 seconds. And the weather's supposed to be pretty darn close tomorrow. So you're telling me that's officially a track record? How about the speed? Okay. So they tell me that's both ends of the record, both ET and speed. Now, in a blown alcohol car, 280 miles an hour is still very, very rare air. There have been a lot of injected nitro cars that have been over 280. But in the blown alcohol cars, just not quite that many. For a number of reasons, top of which would be gear ratio. The blown alcohol cars do with a whole lot of RPM and a little higher gear. Injected nitro cars do with a whole lot of grunt and like no gear. All right, no pressure, Chris Dempsey, former world champ. Team Matter. Team Kevin Watson. Brand new car. Now, they came up and did a planned early shut-off earlier. Let's see what we got here. That was some serious tire shake. When you saw him drop it up here, the wheel speed was definitely up. And got out there about the 60 foot, about the time the retard should have come in and really started basketballing the tires. But that's why you practice. Sometimes you find out things that don't work. It looks like Brian's going to come up here and turn things loose with his funny car to close us out. Oh yeah, Damien's back there. I'm sorry. Don't leave before Damien runs. If you've never seen a top, even if you have, well, if you've seen a top fuel Harley, you're darn sure not going to leave before you watch him run. And if you never have, take my advice, don't. Brian, I really appreciate the effort that they went through to get up here. And now that they plan to make the most of the weekend. Rad Torque, one of the long-time sponsors of Team Howe. Cascade Truck Body and Trailer, that's the family biz. Oregon Motor Coach. Mindy, as she has done so many times, tells her husband, okay, it's up to you. Boy, that thing tried to rattle a tire. Tried and just didn't quite make it. 547. Shutting off early at only 247 miles an hour. And again, 246 at 1,000 feet, 247 at the finish line. You don't need a PhD in TAFC to know that he shut her off a little early down there. And race fans, don't go anywhere just yet. Nitro Harley at the ready line. Hey, Damien, just so you know, we took a poll up here in the tower. Absolutely nobody wants to ride that thing. I'm glad you're here. Because I mean, absolutely nobody up here. I absolutely love watching the Nitro Harleys. I love the technology. I love the machining and manufacturing. I do not want to be on one. It's like somebody said years and years ago, talking about, I think it was a rat trap or one of the oh so famous wild fuel altereds. They said, what do you think of that thing? And the guy said, I wouldn't climb out of the electric chair to drive that. I'm not sure I'd climb out of the electric chair to get on one of these. I love the fact that you cannot sit on the machine when you start it. You can't. It's a rule. So if it's not safe to sit on it when you're starting it, can somebody please explain to me how it gets safer after it's running? The Maxim Power Johnstone Nitro Harley. Again, it's the whole drag racer mentality thing. I got a Harley. How do we make it faster? I got an idea. Do you realize in order to ride one of these, you have to have a bulletproof chest protector? Because you are leaning directly over the back cylinder, and if something goes wrong, it's going to blow whatever comes out of there right straight into your chest. So you just put on a bulletproof vest. So let me see if I got this straight. You have to wear a bulletproof vest to get on it, but it's still not safe to be on when you're starting it? Let's see if we can put the whole thing together. Oh. That thing went out there and did a little squirrel and it looked like it turned a tire. So we'll have Damien back out here tomorrow. And well, it looks like Steve's going to be the last one down. I didn't realize he had snuck in the lanes back there. Steve's been fighting this thing all day long to get it to go the first 50 feet. And if this thing will get a hold of the first 50 feet, I mean, it is ridiculous. But when you got it turbocharged, what started life as a CBX 1100 and has since been massaged, sometimes you just got a little bit more power than that tire on the back will handle. All right, waiting for the all clear down at the other end of the racetrack, and here we go. Double check that it's in low gear, and here we go. And here we go. No. That thing was definitely not happy the first 150 feet. Then it went into the rev limiter out there, and well, Steve continues to struggle trying to make a clean run, but he'll have, again, some more shots at it later in the weekend. Hey, remember everybody, 8:30 tomorrow. Junior Street out first. Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning. We're going to rack Junior Street right back around for a second hit. And then we're going to go into Pro ET, Sportsman, Super Pro, and Motorcycles. Hot Rod, Top Comp. And then along about 10:30 or so will be our stock, super stock combo, our .90 cars. Run the juniors back around just before lunch, and alcohol cars right at noon, and then we'll go through the rest of the day. But 8:30 in the water box tomorrow, Junior Street. Hey, I want to thank everybody for coming out. A little test and tune day, just kind of having some fun. Trying to get things tuned up and dialed in before we get into it for real tomorrow. On behalf of everybody here at the Titanium Strip, the BC Custom Car Association, and all the folks that make it happen at Mission Raceway, I'm Alan Reinhardt. Good night. I'll see you in the morning.
Hi, I'm Devin Handel. I'm with Tristan Plumbing. I'm the lead foreman here. You need people that you can trust. We like to promote within our company because we know we can trust the guys that are within it. We do have a good competitive wage program.
I was working for another general contractor and I wasn't really having the best time. I just talked to the foreman there. I saw opportunities with the Tristan. I decided to take them and it's been great.
Workers, people in their mid-20s, or even people looking for just a new kind of career, it's been an awesome opportunity to get in right now. At the end of the day, I go home happy. You kind of see what you build here. And you can walk away from it and be proud. If you're ready and eager to build a career that grows with you, look no further than a Tristan Mechanical.
It's not just a job, it's JBS equipment.
People work here because they're proud of this equipment. And customers are buying this equipment and they're proud of it. When everybody gets around a piece of JBS equipment, there just becomes that feeling in your gut where you're like, this stuff is really awesome. It's built by good people. That's how we can move mountains, and that's what we do here.
Our story is one worth sharing. It begins with the vision of two friends and a humble 900 square foot store where the first Lordco Auto Parts and our founding values took root. It's about quality, care, drive, and family. Our story has many faces. It defines who we are. This makes us leaders in what we do. So the question is, what do you want your story to say about you? Be a part of our story. Join our family today.
At Black Bandit, we're more than just a brand. We're craftsmen, designers, and engineers dedicated to create top-tier exhaust systems right here in North America. Our mission? To deliver unmatched quality and performance for those who demand the best. We mark each exhaust with our name, a seal of quality that signifies our commitment to craftsmanship. At Black Bandit, we don't just manufacture exhaust systems, we build the ultimate driving experience. From concept to completion, our team is committed to creating products that embody quality, craftsmanship, and the spirit of adventure. Black Bandit, born in a factory, built for the road.